In studio with Onele Nzinzi, Msibudi Makura and Buntle Headbush coming up in this hour.
It is one of the epicenters of the fighting. We've received numerous reports of military advances, but I'm not in a position to confirm that RSF is completely in control of Al-Fashir.
The United Nations has urged Sudan's rapid support forces to allow safe passage for civilians to leave Al-Fashir.
As Cameroonian, we just can't accept this result. This is definitely a hold-up, This result has nothing to do with reality.
Exasperation as Cameroon's Constitutional Council confirmed President Paul Biya won the country's presidential election, securing an 8th consecutive term in office. But first up, the news with Onele Nzinzi and our sports headlines with Msibudi Makura.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu, and greetings to our listeners. Kenya's Civil Aviation Authority says a plane has crashed with 12 people on board. The aircraft was traveling from Diani in Kichwa Tembo. Government agencies are at the scene trying to establish the cause of the accident and its impact. Opposition political parties in Cameroon have dismissed the election results that confirmed 92-year-old incumbent Paul Biya as the winner. The country's Constitutional Council declared Biya winner of the election with more than 53% of the vote. Biya is the world's oldest serving head of state and has now won an 8th term in office. Leader of the opposition party Cameroon Renaissance Movement in South Africa, Dr. Marius Chonang Poka, says they are dismayed.
Yes, well, we are dismayed by these results. We are disappointed, and once more, this has been happening more and more. And you will understand that as Cameroonian, we just can't accept this result. This is definitely a hold-up, This result has nothing to do with reality. The result from the poll were very much different from this. What I can tell you just like on top of my head is that all looks like they have just swapped the result. So they attributed the result of Issa Chiroma Bakari to Paul Biya and then gave but I don't even think Paul Biya was able to get more than 20%. I can tell you that for sure.
Advocacy group Parents for an Equal Education in South Africa has called on government to host a national safety summit to address the bullying crisis at schools. The call follows the assault of a 16-year-old high school learner in the Western Cape province. The assault, which was captured on video and widely circulated online, has once again exposed the country's deepening bullying crisis at schools and the need for better protection of learners. The founder of the group, Vanessa Leroux.
I want all stakeholders involved. It must be students, parents, SGBs, all departments that works with children, so that we can come up with a more comprehensive plan to stop this thing, because it's clearly out of control. This is not an isolated case. This is what happened in former Model C schools, but also in your township schools. So there must be a summit, and there must be consequences for this type of behavior.
Right. Ivory Coast President Alassane Ouattara has secured a 4th term with a commanding re-election win, an outcome that was largely expected after his strongest opponents were deemed ineligible. The 83-year-old former international banker secured 89.77% of the vote. This is his 3rd consecutive decisive victory after the much closer election that brought him to power in 2011. Ouattara has overseen a period of relative stability and steady economic growth in the world's biggest cocoa producer. And lastly, hundreds of asylum seekers could be housed in 2 military sites as the UK government aims to end the use of hotels. Discussions are underway over the use of the sites to accommodate 900 men in the Cameron Barracks in Inverness and Crowborough's Army Training Camp in East Sussex by the end of next month. And the plans being drawn by Minister, Industrial Sites, Temporary Accommodation and Otherwise Disused Accommodation accommodations are also being considered. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has instructed Home Office and Ministry of Defence officials to accelerate work to locate appropriate military sites. The government is pledged to end the use of asylum hotels, which have cost trillions of dollars and become a focal point for anti-migrant protests by the next election. Now, for any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us at +27 11 714 4459. Channel Africa News, I'm Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
And coming up in your sports news this hour, South Africa out to beat the Democratic Republic of Congo in a WAFCON qualifier tonight, while Lionel Messi wants to play for Argentina at next year's FIFA World Cup. Details coming up at the bottom of the hour.
Africa Update with Lulu Kapu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Well, thank you to Onele Nzinzi with our news update and Msibudi Makura with our sports headlines. It is 12:06 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa on DSTV's audio bouquet channel 802, OpenView channel 628, and on www.channelafrica.co.za, as well as on the SABC Plus app, available on the Apple and Google Play stores. And join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook at Channel Africa, you can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 that's 406 9126 hashtag Africa Updates, and let us know which country you're in. And if you have any stories that you'd like us to highlight or to focus on, send us an email. It is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or give us a call on +27 11 714 4459.
We are on OpenView's audio bouquet. Channel 628.
On hashtag Africa Updates Asks, Uganda has been ordered to show proof of life for two activists who disappeared in Kampala while plans are underway to storm the Ugandan embassy in Nairobi, Kenya. Now, our question to you today is, should the Kenyans storm the Ugandan embassy, or is there another way to go about it? The question again is, should Kenyans storm the Ugandan embassy, or is there another way to go about it? Share your thoughts and your views on all our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 that's 406 9126 hashtag Africa Update Us.
Africa Update, your daily dose of African insights with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa.
Following reports of intensified fighting in Al Fasher in the Darfur region of Sudan, the United Nations resident and humanitarian coordinator in the country, Denise Brown, called on the Rapid Support Forces on Monday to allow safe passage for civilians leaving the city. Brown reported that a few hundred people arrived in trucks just outside of Tawila and noted that civilians fleeing Al Fasher are often held for ransom along the road, part of the road being controlled by the paramilitary force.
We've received multiple reports of an intensification in the fighting in Al Fasher. This is one of our humanitarian hubs, Tawila, which is about 50 kilometers away from Al Fasher, because it is one of the epicenters of the fighting. So again, we've received numerous reports of military advances, but I'm not in a position to confirm that RSF is completely in control of Al Fasher. A few hundred people arrived in trucks just outside of Tawila. We don't have any information that suggests that they came directly from Al Fasher. Rather, they were already on the road, and their movement, the last movement, was facilitated. What we do know is that civilians fleeing Al Fasher are often held for ransom along the road, part of the road being controlled by militia. And for the civilians who arrived yesterday, the NGOs who received them adults and children alike, dehydrated, malnourished, some injured, and all traumatized. Civilians remain in El Fasher, continue to try and flee, but the roads that they're taking, there are two main roads, are unsafe, and people arriving in very, very difficult, very bad shape. So not only are people deeply affected by that journey, but as we've said repeatedly, they are affected by the conditions in El Fasher. As you remember, there's been a blockade for now over 500 days, a blockade of humanitarian assistance going in for those civilians. So I just want to reiterate, there are civilians in El Fasher. It is a fact. And once again, and we've said it dozens of times, the UN calls on the RSF to allow safe passage for them to leave, particularly as the fighting has intensified over the past 24 hours. These individuals are at increased risk of being injured or killed. OHCHR has just a few minutes ago reported on a multitude of reports of summary executions of unarmed men and civilians in El Fasher.
And that was Denise Brown, the United Nations resident and humanitarian coordinator in Sudan, giving an update on the humanitarian crisis there. Our lobby groups in Kenya are calling on the Ugandan government to show proof of life for two activists who disappeared at the beginning of the month in the capital, Kampala. Now, the High Court in Uganda dismissed a petition for authorities to produce Nicholas Oyu and Bob Njagi, saying that there is no proof that the police or military are holding the two. The Kenyan Human Rights Commission has announced plans to storm the Ugandan embassy in Nairobi today. And to tell us more, we are joined on the line by our correspondent in Kenya, Alex Kairi. Alex, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Good afternoon.
Now, Alex, what's the latest coming out of Kenya regarding the storming of the Ugandan embassy?
Yes, earlier on, we received reports that activists had planned to occupy, as they say it, as basically another term for storming the embassy, to call or rather push for the release of the activists who are trapped in Uganda, allegedly by the Ugandan authorities on orders from Kenyan authorities. But as per the time we were coming on air, so far the place has been cordoned off by police. And only 3 activists managed to stage a stand outside the embassy and held a press conference. But we understand that the rest have been cared off and others have been arrested by police. It was cut move to storm the embassy.
Now, tell us more about the disappearance of the 2 activists.
Those activists were allegedly arrested by military officers, according to one of the survivors or the person who escaped this, in Kampala while they were attempting to attend a rally that had been organized by opposition leader Bobi Wine. And it seemed from what the survivor said it seems like it was a targeted arrest because these people were all 3 in the vehicle that was hired to ferry them to one of the hotels. But the arresting officers seemed to be very sure of who they wanted. So they just left this guy alone and then arrested the 2. And since then, nothing has been heard or known about their fate. But there were some unsettling reports into the weekend that just ended that these activists had been killed, although other conflicting reports said that they were not really killed, but they were in critical condition in a boring, in very bad conditions where they were being held. And now the questions have been the reports that are now emerging from Uganda. Where are these people being held, and how did these people who have been reporting about the fate and the condition of these activists, how did they come to know about them, if at all the government says that it does not know where they are and is not holding them in their custody?
Now, Alex, tell us about these 2 activists. Who are they? And why would they be arrested or targeted because they were to attend a Bobi Wine rally?
These 2 activists rose to prominence during the height of the Gen Z protests in 2024. around July and June, actually into July, and then they have also been involved in pushing for reforms within the country. And one of them, actually, Bob Njagi, had been held for almost 2 months in Kenya after being allegedly linked to this destruction of property in a place called Kitengela in the outskirts of Nairobi. And later on, after he emerged, he seems to have taken up this call of activism and also tried to push for such kind of protests in Uganda and also in Tanzania. And I remember also in Tanzania, he was also a part of these people who had been allegedly denied access into the Tanzanian authorities, where the likes of Boniface Mwangi were held for days, and Ugandan called Agatha, who had also been, who also claimed to have been tortured while in Tanzanian authorities. So these are prominent protesters and also activists who have been known around the region for their involvement in the Gen Z protests, and it seems like governments are in agreement that they need to be curtailed in one way or another.
Now, it seems that the Ugandan High Court has ordered the government to produce the two activists within 2 weeks. This is despite a ruling that there is no proof that the police or military are holding them. What are the Kenyan authorities saying or doing about this?
Actually, the habeas corpus push by activists in Uganda to have these two activists produced dead or alive came at a time when everyone believed that the Ugandan court that made that ruling was intimidated. But now the silence from the Kenyan authorities is the one that is even more unsettling, because clearly it seems like our Foreign Affairs Ministry, which is supposed to be pushing for this, seems to have moved on to other issues. And as you speak right now, the thing that is now pacing the conversations within the country involving this ministry is about the Kenyans who are allegedly being forced to fight on the front lines in Ukraine in the Russian army. So clearly it seems like the Foreign Affairs Ministry is no longer actually interested in what's happening to these two who are being held across the border in Uganda.
And, what are the families of these activists saying? Have you managed to speak to any family members?
We did speak to them on Friday and also on Thursday. Two of the families, actually, both of them had held a memorial service as part of the push to have them released by the government of Kenya. And then also we did have a conversation with Bob Njagi's father, who also called on the son to be released together with his friend. And he says that this has to come to an end, because it seems like the government is keen on harming his son. The family of Oyo on Saturday also wanted to speak to us, but later on called off the interview. But the whole conversation is gearing towards calling on the government to push the Ugandan authorities to release these two so that they can come back to their families.
Well, Alex, always a pleasure chatting to you. Thank you so much for joining us on Africa Update. We'll leave it there for today. And that is our correspondent in Kenya, Alex Kayuri, ending that discussion.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Cameroon's Constitutional Council on Monday confirmed that President Paul Biya has won the country's presidential election, securing an 8th consecutive term in office. Now, the 92-year-old leader, who has ruled since 1982, will remain in power until the year 2032, making him the world's oldest serving head of state. According to official results, Biya received 53.66% of the vote, while his main challenger, Issa Chiroma, obtained 35.19%. Chiroma, 76, a former government minister and Biya's one-time spokesperson, rejected the outcome and claimed victory. Now, the announcement followed days of widespread protests and growing tension across the country. Chiroma had urged the people, his supporters that is, to mobilize against what he called an unjust extension of Biya's rule. And for reaction on the results earlier, Channel Africa spoke to Dr. Marius Chonang Poka, the leader of the opposition party Cameroon Renaissance Movement in South Africa. Let's take a listen.
We are dismayed by these results. We are disappointed, and once more, this has been happening more and more. And you will understand that as Cameroonian, we just can't accept this result. This is definitely a hold up. This result has nothing to do with reality. All looks like they have just swapped the result. So they attributed the result of Issa Chiroma Bakari to Paul Biya, and then gave the. But I don't even think Paul Biya was able to get more than 20%. I can tell you that for sure. So we are definitely very much disappointed and dismayed by this. Objecting formally will be more of a waste of time because this very Constitutional Council that announced the results yesterday, 8 of the members are members of the Biya political party, which is the CPGM. So definitely these are people that I don't think even in their dreams they can ever read a result which is not calling Port Biya as the winner. So this time along, well, again, the Constitutional Council is more like that last resort. So even contesting, there is no other jurisdiction where one can contest. There is no way who in their right mind can elect a 93-year-old grandpa to rule a country. The international community needs to take responsibility. The African Union needs to take responsibility. I participated in the vote here in Pretoria at the Cameroonian embassy, and I can tell you that in Pretoria, out of close to 800 people that voted, less than 100 voted for Paul Biya. That I can tell you. I attended it. I counted the vote here in Pretoria, the embassy. And just to tell you again how incredible these results are, here in Pretoria, we had 12 spoiled ballots. But the result that was announced by the Constitutional Council yesterday told us that for the whole diaspora, there were only 8 spoiled ballots. So already less than what we got here in Pretoria. So you can understand that these are results that were cooked. Before maybe the election, they already had their results prepared. So this is definitely not acceptable.
And that was Mariasa Chonang Poka, the leader of the opposition party Cameroon Renaissance Movement in South Africa, reacting to the final results confirming President Paul Biya's victory. It is 22 after 12 Central African time.
We are on Open Views Audio Bouquet, Channel 628.
The Zimbabwe Independent Movement and Coalition of Concerned Citizens has urged Zimbabweans to remain vigilant and defend their democratic rights. It follows the establishment of the Zimbabwe Anti-Presidential Criticism Group led by Andrew Pasinawako. The Zimbabwe Independent Movement has accused the ZAPC of intentions of intimidating and silencing critics of the country's president, Emmerson Mnangagwa. And to tell us more, we are joined on the line by General Sithole, the national chairperson of the Zimbabwe Independent Movement. General, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? And good afternoon to all listeners.
Well, very well, thank you. Now, before we get into the story, we want to find out about the fire at the SAPES Trust building in Harare in the early hours of this morning. What exactly happened?
Thank you so much. You know, we will not know exactly what transpired there, but having the history or having the foundation of our story being taken from the fact that we have got a scheduled meeting or a press statement which must be done by the combined opposition citizens, and also taking in consideration that Cyprus is one of the remaining political platform for dialogue. You know, we have to understand that the context in which the opposition leaders intend to actually address the press is the anti-2030 mantra, which is actually pointed to ZANU-PF, where it is trying to extend the presidential term to 2030. So this is basically a reaction from the opposition people to actually say, no, we cannot go there. So obviously, it is political. The issue is political. Whoever did it to the interest pleasing the political drivers who are pro 2030.
Now, we believe the building belongs to political analyst Ibo Mandaza. And was set to host the opposition leaders, as you touched on. What are the people saying? What's their reaction?
You know, this is one of the things which happens when we are in the build-up of fire to the political tug of war. We understand that every time we have the move of to actually stage criticism or establish something, you know, there's a lot of drama which follows. Remember, this is not the first time this building got attacked. In 2023, something happened again. We can actually take from Job Scholars' launch of the book here in South Africa. There's a lot of things which happened, which also included the bombing of the house, you know. So this whole thing now, we need to actually leave a line of investigation, yes, to understand, is it the regime or is it a character assassination thing, which we cannot actually put it clear now to understand. But what we understand, this is politically aligned. The incident is politically aligned. The tug of war between the people who are pro 2030 and the ones who are intending to oppose, even though the 2030 mantra is still a premature issue because it's still something being spoken to ZANU-PF Seko caucus. You know, it's not yet been graduated to the national issue in attempting to do the legal stance to actually legalize it. You know, I think this is an early response to the in-house issue which was put by ZANU-PF to say we have an intention to oppose. So this whole thing is serving the political will of the masses represented by a certain group of people, and we also have now a situation where we cannot outline ZANU-PF from the issue because already we can see moves which are being done on their side of trying to make sure that they bulldozerly push this thing to happen.
Now, General, back to now the story that focuses on your concerns. You've accused the ZAPC of intentions to intimidate and silence critics. Why?
That is not an accusation, if I may put it, because the name itself, it shows you, you know, unless they come and correct. They said we are the Zimbabwe anti-presidential critic, and if you can go there to the name criticizing the anti-presidential critic, it shows exactly that they are pro the president. They are not in a position to accept any criticism, be it constructive criticism or a criticism which may not be constructive, you know, and that on its own undermines the sense of the human rights in the country, especially Section 61, where we are having the coverage of the freedom of expression in one point. So it's actually a concern not being raised by me, but also the entire citizens there, you know, including the language. At one point, I think some people saw the video which is circulating where they are vowing that we are going to come for those who are actually swearing the president, in which now they changed the statement. So it is subject to them. We cannot allow a situation where the president is having a closed space of criticism. That is why we raised a concern. It is based on what they actually sold their message to us.
Now,
and what they intend to do.
You quoted the Constitution, Section 61 of the Constitution, which basically focuses on freedom of expression. Now, despite this, despite the Constitution of Zimbabwe guaranteeing freedom of speech, this is not the case in the country currently. You've called on government to investigate the ZAPC. Tell us more about this.
The issue here, if I can put it this way, we have got the political tug of war, which is mostly focused on power. You know, the problem which we are having, the whole thing which is taking place now, is focusing on power on the expense of the progress of the nation, whereby also the output of the president and the regime in power is not sufficient to save the nations of Zimbabwe. Therefore, we expect more to happen in terms of coming out and criticize the regime. And the face of the regime is the president. So having a group which comes to say, now we are jumping in politically aligned to come and deal with people, the civil society, which actually raises their critics, their criticism, with intention to bring out a message that we are not pleased. It doesn't sit well, and I don't think it is allowed. Again, we've got the police and all the security apparatus in the country who must do the job. Why do we need the hooligans to actually take the job of the security apparatus in doing things of maintaining peace and making sure that things are being done in the right way? We need to separate the political space from the national business.
Well, General, we have run out of time and are going to have to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update. That's General Sithole, the national chairperson of the Zimbabwe Independent Movement, joining us on the line. Our news headlines up next with Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. At least 12 people have lost their lives after a light aircraft reportedly carrying tourists crashed in the Lekhuleni area of Kwale County in Kenya earlier. South Africa's Deputy Police Minister Castle Matale says a year later, he has not been delegated any task by his political principal because they waited for the now placed on special leave Minister Senzo Mchunu to find his feet in the police department. Matale is appearing before Parliament's ad hoc committee that was established following allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system of the country. And the United Nations review says countries are failing to fulfill their plans to cut carbon emission. Channel Africa News, I am Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective. Sports. On Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
And a very good afternoon from the sports desk. I am Musibu Dimakura with the latest sports news at the Sawa. So with South Africa securing an away goal in Kinshasa just last week, the team will now need to finish the job against the Democratic Republic of Congo at the Dobsonville Stadium, south of Johannesburg tonight. Now, South Africa's women's team as well as the DRC will clash in the second leg 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations qualifier, with the winner then destined for Morocco for the 16th edition of the tournament. Banyana as well as the DRC shared the spoils in Kinshasa last week, but they are back in familiar surrounding. Assistant coach Tina Sonke Mbudi says understanding as well as studying their strengths and weaknesses will do them good this evening.
I think we played them not so long ago, I think 2023 for the Olympic qualifier, and then obviously a few days ago. We know that their strength is on the front three, and now their strength is their overseas-based players. We knew that if we good on our transition to defend, we'll have less chances of conceding. Their strength is the three attacking players. They are very aggressive speed. When they go forward, they pump everything up.
On to some football news now, rather continuing with football news. Lionel Messi wants to play for Argentina in next year's FIFA World Cup, but he says he will only listen to his body before deciding whether he can make that dream come true. Now, the 38-year-old striker from Inter Miami in the USA led Argentina to the 2022 World Cup title and yearns to be on the field once again for his country as they hope to defend the crown next year in North America. Now, 8-time Ballon d'Or winner Messi told the media in an interview on Monday that he will next see how he feels and how the body feels next year before deciding on whether or not he will be able to play at the World Cup co-hosted by the USA, Mexico as well as Canada. Now, Messi, who has been playing professionally since 2004, wants a chance for one more star turn for football's biggest game on the international stage. On to some rugby news now. Japan's 4-point loss to Australia over the weekend has made the Springboks sit up and take notice. The Boks will play Japan at Wembley Stadium on Saturday in the first of 5 matches on the end-of-year tour. Now, the Springbok assistant coach Jerry Flannery says the Brave Blossoms are a complete side that will take some beating. Now, the Boks are preparing for a busy November with 5 test matches scheduled. First up will be Japan at Wembley Stadium in London, and after a narrow 19-15 loss to Australia in Tokyo, the Bok assistant coach Flannery says Japan are the real deal and will also offer the Boks plenty of resistance to kick off the tour in the Northern Hemisphere.
Looking at the game, I think they showed an awful lot of resilience in the first half when they had their yellow cards, and they showed how well they can defend against one of the best sides. Well, Australia scored 6 tries against us in the first game in the Rugby Championship, so we're aware of how they're not just a really good attacking side; they can defend very well as well. So, and then the second half, I felt like, particularly in the last quarter, they really came into the game, and they were probably disappointed that they didn't win.
Now, the Boks are up against their old foe, Eddie Jones, who masterminded the biggest shock in world rugby when Japan defeated South Africa in Brighton 10 years ago. Now, the Boks can't afford an early slip-up on this tour because after Japan, they play the likes of France, Italy, Ireland, as well as Wales in consecutive weekends. Flannery says he has an idea what Eddie Jones will be doing for this encounter.
I'm expecting that he's going to be building his team up all week, and looking forward to saying we can write history here by beating the Springboks in Wembley, and we're very aware of their mindset coming into this game, and we're trying to make sure that we're as prepared as we can be.
And finally, in tennis news, Grigor Dimitrov said he wants to, he's still rather adjusting to the rigors of competitive tennis after 3 months out with a pectoral injury, but the former world number 3 was delighted to mark his return with a victory at the Paris Masters on Monday. So Dimitrov suffered an injury in the 4th round at Wimbledon in July of this year when he was leading eventual champion Yannick Sinner by 2-0. The 34-year-old Bulgarian then retiring from that match in tears. So Dimitrov, who has slipped now to number 38 in the world, will still continue his comeback when he faces the 11th seed Daniel Medvedev or Jaume Munar in the second round of the Paris Masters. And that's a wrap from the sports desk at the Sawa. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, our email address is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Give us a call as well on +27 11714 4459. I'm back with more sports news in the next hour. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibu D. Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations from Wednesday 23rd of July for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and the whole country affected by gender-based violence. For all your favorite SABC radio stations, call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Good afternoon. In our top business story this hour, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has arrived in Bern, Switzerland, marking the fourth stop in a multi-nation diplomatic tour aimed at strengthening South Africa's global trade ties. His visit to Switzerland follows 2 official state visits to Vietnam and Indonesia and a working visit to Malaysia, where he was awarded an honorary doctorate. The presidency underscored Southeast Asia's growing influence as a trade bloc, emphasizing South Africa's need to deepen engagement in the region to unlock new market opportunities. In Bern, Ramaphosa is being hosted by Swiss President Karen Keller-Sutter for a state visit focused on expanding bilateral trade and investment. Economist Iraja Bidian says the South Africa's removal from the Financial Action Task Force grey list is a step in the right direction, but a lot more needs to be done to maintain its status. It emphasizes that government has worked tirelessly to address all the deficiencies reflected in the 22 action item plan between South Africa and the FATF. The global financial crime watchdog placed South Africa on the grey list in 2023, citing the country's failure to comply with international standards around the prevention of money laundering and terrorist financing. Obedience says there now needs to be a clamping down on corruption, and those found guilty must be held accountable.
The police, we're now learning, is rife with corruption. The National Prosecuting Authority has been quite incompetent. We've seen lawyers and real estate agents using their vehicles, such as buying property in Camps Bay, as an opportunity to launder money for some of the richest people on the continent.
The South African Informal Traders Forum says it's disappointing that the city of Johannesburg keeps on requesting postponements in its legal battle with the Socioeconomic Rights Institute over forcible removal of informal street traders from the Central Business District. The matter, which was supposed to be heard before the Johannesburg High Court today, has been postponed to Friday. The forum argues that the removal is a violation of the informal traders' rights to trade, while the city cites it's enforcing its bylaws. Brian Palo is the forum's general secretary.
No. How can they conduct a clean-up campaign and remove people who are trading legally so? Our members that we are representing in court, they didn't allocate themselves there. They were allocated by the city of Johannesburg. They've got a contract with the city of Johannesburg. They are paying rentals on a monthly basis to the city of Johannesburg.
The International Monetary Fund has held productive talks with Malawi's new government during its annual meetings in Washington this month. This as the Southern African country looks to secure a new lending program. Malawi's last IMF program was terminated in May after it failed to restore macroeconomic stability in the country. Oil prices fell, marking their third day of declines as an OPEC Plus plan to raise output outweighed optimism about a potential U.S.-China trade deal. Brent crude futures fell 83 US cents, or 1.26% to $64.79 US a barrel. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures were down 75 cents, or 1.22% at $60.56. And now for a look at the indicators, $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,458 naira this afternoon. In Botswana, it's at 13 pula 44. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shilling 22. And in Zambia, it's 22 kwacha. Moving to the BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 real 38, Russia 79 rubles 72. In India, it's 87 rupees 80. China 7 yuan 12, and South Africa $1 is trading at 17 rand 21 cents this afternoon. It's up a bit from earlier this morning. $1 is trading at 75 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,903 per ounce, platinum at $1,512 per ounce. Both have gone down slightly, while Brent crude oil is at $64.51 a barrel. And those are your business news. I'll be back with another update in the next hour. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or give us a call on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Buntle Hetbush.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Oh, thank you to Buntle Headbush with our business news. It is 12:44 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook at Channel Africa, you can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 at 406 9126 #Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. And if you have any stories that you'd like us to highlight or to focus on, send us an email. It is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or give us a call on +2711 714 4459.
Let the good times roll. From the 10th of October, make a note. Channel Africa is stepping into a brand new era with the launch of our upgraded website and app. It's easy, fresh, and always on your fingertips. Wherever you are in the world, Africa's voice is just a click away. The future of Channel Africa goes live from the 10th of October. Don't miss the moments. Your window to the continent and beyond. Africa Update. Only on Channel Africa. Channel Africa. The African perspective.
It is 12:46 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Renewed attacks by armed groups in northern Mozambique have forced more than 92,000 people to flee their homes since late September. This is according to the International Organization for Migration. As the displacement crisis worsens, Doctors Without Borders has expanded its medical response in Mueda and surrounding areas, providing healthcare and support to thousands of families sheltering in displacement camps. And to speak to us more about this, we are joined on the line by Sophia Mineto, a field communications manager for MSF in Mozambique. Sophia, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for having us.
Now, firstly, take us through the current situation in the troubled northern part of Mozambique. We see reports of another wave of displacements affecting Cabo Delgado and neighboring provinces.
Yes, indeed. In northern Mozambique, we are witnessing a sudden level of displacement and a frequency of attacks that we haven't seen in years. As you said, according to the International Organization for Migrations, there are nearly 100,000 people who have been forced to flee since late September in Cabo Delgado, as well as in the neighboring province of Nampula. And among these people, about 23,000 have reached Mueda town and district. We don't have to forget that this is a protracted humanitarian crisis in which hundreds of thousands of people remain displaced. And people have not been displaced just once. Some of them, they have fled several times since the beginning of the conflict in 2017. They flee because of violent attacks, but also because of fear of such attacks. They no longer feel safe in their neighborhoods and homes. So the situation was already fragile, but since late July, the violence and insecurity really have intensified.
Now, with MSF forced to scale up its response, tell us more about your focus in Mueda town.
Yes, so with the recent surge in displacement, Doctors Without Borders, known as MSF in Cabo Delgado and in Mozambique, has scaled up activities in Mueda, where we have been present since 2021. Our teams are currently present in 5 displacement camps. And we are focusing on health promotion, on referrals, and on mental health and psychosocial support. This is because we are seeing an increase in trauma-related issues, so this is why the focus is on these areas.
Now, MSF remains concerned about the conditions of displaced people and, just the easing of the pressure on MSF teams. Talk to us about that.
All right. So in the context where we operate and given the recent evolvement of the events, it's essential that we respond to the needs of the displaced people in a way that also ensures the safety of all medical and health personnel. The insecurity, as you can imagine, affects everyone, the civilians, the teams of Doctors Without Borders, and also health professionals. After there are episodes of violence, understandably, people decide to move to safer places. And among these people, there are also health professionals themselves. This creates a shortage of medical staff just when needs are increasing. In places like Mueda, where people reach, we have to consider that the health system already has limited resources. So when there are large numbers of people, or when there are a lot of medical referrals coming all at once, the system can become overwhelmed. And this is a risk we always need to keep in mind in a constantly volatile context like the one in Cabo Delgado.
Now, what can be done to respond to this plight of the displaced and just ease the pressure on the MSF teams?
Well, as I mentioned, it's important to keep safety in mind, the safety of all medical personnel. So not just of our teams on the ground who are actually working in the camps, but also health workers who move to other locations. We need to consider that the pressure on the health systems was already high, and such sudden events, another emergency or a sudden influx of people can further make it complicated for everyone to receive assistance.
With regards to assistance, are you getting any assistance from the government of Mozambique?
MSF Doctors Without Borders is an independent medical and humanitarian organization, so we received our funding from private donations, and this is how we operate based on medical needs whenever and wherever they arise.
Now, with 8 years of the ongoing violence in Cabo Delgado, it remains a neglected humanitarian crisis, and MSF teams have been witnessing the first hand of the plight of the people affected by conflict. You've spoken about it. We've spoken to a number of humanitarians on the ground in Mozambique, and also speaking of the same issues and the plight. What do you have to say to the global community? Because seemingly Cabo Delgado is a forgotten region.
We can say that the humanitarian crisis in Cabo Delgado is not over. The situation is still volatile. There are episodes of violence continuing across Cabo Delgado province, but also spreading to neighboring areas and provinces. And this instability has a strong impact on all the aspects of people's lives, including access to healthcare. So insecurity might force organizations to suspend or limit their activities, but also, first and foremost, people, understandably, they move to safer places, and they move time and time again. So as I said before, this might put pressure on the already fragile health systems in the area where people decide to move to. One of our concerns is that if the needs continue to increase, or if there is a sudden emergency, the humanitarian capacity might not be enough to respond effectively, considering all the actors that are present and also the capacities of the health system itself. As Doctors Without Borders, we remain focused on the medical and the humanitarian consequences of the situation, and we cannot turn away from Cabo Delgado. I would say that continued attention and solidarity are very essential. In this case, we call on all armed actors to always respect and protect civilians, health workers, and medical facilities so that assistance can reach those who need it most.
Sophia, we have run out of time and are going to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thank you so much.
That's Sophia Mineto, Field Communications Manager for MSF in Mozambique, joining us on the line.
Get Channel Africa on DSTV Audio Bouquet. Channel 806.
President Donald Trump's nominee to be the next ambassador to South Africa has labeled as an injustice South Africa's case accusing Israel of genocide at the International Court of Justice, and that it would be a top priority were he to be confirmed. Now, Leo Brent Bozal III was addressing questions from senators during his confirmation hearing before the Senate Foreign Relations, where he said he would press South Africa to end its ICJ proceedings against Israel. The ambassador-designate indicated that he would communicate U.S. objections to what he called South Africa's geostrategic drift from non-alignment towards competitors, urged the government to rescind support for the expropriation of private property without compensation, and advance President Trump's invitation to Afrikaners who wish to flee unjust racial discrimination, an issue that received a fierce pushback from Democratic senators on the committee. Sherwin Bryce-Peace has more.
If confirmed, I will approach my ambassadorship with respect for the South African people.
After President Trump nominated Bozal in March, the conservative activist, writer and liberal media critic finally had his day before a committee that will play a pivotal role on his pathway to confirmation before the entire Senate.
I come before you at a challenging moment for U.S.-South Africa relations. The President has expressed serious concerns about South Africa that for too long have been unaddressed. When people and businesses in South Africa believe their private property rights are at risk, when many South Africans feel unsafe in their homes, when rampant corruption and unfair business practices hold back the South African economy, and when South African politicians greet as friends those who seek to destabilize the world's peace and security, then common ground between our two countries feels harder to find.
Bozal named a number of key priorities once confirmed, including objecting to what he called South Africa's drift towards China, Russia and Iran, advancing President Trump's resettlement invitation to Afrikaners, pressing the government to rescind support for the expropriation of private property without compensation, advocating for business interests by promoting fair trade practices and reducing barriers, and pressing South Africa to end its ICJ case against Israel.
South Africa did, in leading the charge against Israel in the International Court of Justice, was an injustice. It's going to be a top priority because the President has made it a top priority, and the President has told me it's a top priority to do something about that.
This exchange with Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen touched on earlier claims by President Trump of a genocide perpetrated against Afrikaners, asking Bozal if he agreed that the allegations were both morally and legally absurd.
If you were to talk to those people who are involved, they fear...
Mr. Bozal, I'm sorry, genocide is a legally defined issue. No. It's not a question of someone's impression. There's a legal definition for it. To your knowledge, has the State Department legal advisor concluded that the government of South Africa is engaged in genocide?
Senator, I don't know that answer, but Senator...
No, it's a straightforward question. I'm not going to... It's a straightforward question. There's a legal definition of genocide. I want to know if you agree that that's an absurd claim made by the President of the United States.
Senator, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't address it that way.
He was also pressed on recent reports in both the New York Times and the Washington Post that pointed to a future U.S. refugee program that could heavily favor the resettlement of white people, the vast majority white Afrikaners.
Do you agree that we should not have a refugee policy, admission policy, that's based on race?
Senator, in South Africa...
No, I'm asking you if we should have a refugee admission policy based on race. Again, it's a simple question, sir.
Senator, I'm trying to answer it.
Yes or no? Should we have one based on race?
In South Africa, you have thousands of attacks that have taken place against white farmers. They fear for their lives. What the President is saying is that they can come to the United States as refugees if they fear for their lives.
Right. So that's not an answer to my question.
Democratic Senator Chris Murphy picked up where Van Hollen left off, asking Bozal if he supported a U.S. refugee policy that admitted only white refugees.
Senator, I don't make that policy.
Well, but it's really important. But I think this is if I were to ask this question of virtually any nominee to be an ambassador prior to this panel, that would be an easy layup answer. No, of course, Of course, we don't support having a refugee policy where we only admit white people.
Senator Van Hollen also questioned Bozell about his lack of support for anti-apartheid legislation in the 1980s that is often credited with playing a key role in the fall of the apartheid regime and for being a vocal critic of the Reagan administration's efforts to engage the African National Congress.
And that report by Shoan Bryce Peace. And that's how we wrap Africa Update today. Thank you for joining us on the show. And continue with us on our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1, on Facebook at Channel Africa. You can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763. That's 406-9126 #Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. It's goodbye from us, and thank you to our producer Tracy Bumgard, technical operator Didimalo Macau, and social media Sfiso Hlope. It's been a good one. Let's do this again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Looking at your latest stories this hour, at least 12 people have lost their lives after a light aircraft reportedly carrying tourists crashed in the Lekhuleni area of Kwale County in Kenya earlier. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority confirmed in a statement that 12 people were on board and that government agencies were sent to investigate the cause and impact of the crash. Opposition political parties in Cameroon have dismissed the election results that confirmed that 92-year-old incumbent Paul Biya is the winner. The country's Constitutional Council declared Biya winner of the election with more than 53% of the vote. Biya is the world's oldest serving head of state and has now won an 8th term in office. Leader of the opposition party Cameroon Renaissance movement in South Africa, Dr. Marius Chonang Poka, said they are dismayed.
Yes, well, we are dismayed by these results. We are disappointed, and once more, this has been happening more and more. And you will understand that as Cameroonian, we just can't accept this result. This is definitely a hold-up, This result has nothing to do with reality. The result from the poll was very much different from this. What I can tell you, just like on top of my head, is that all looks like they have just swapped the result. So they attributed the result of Ifachiroma Bakari to Paul Biya and then gave the but I don't even think Paul Biya was able to get more than 20%. I can tell you that for sure.
Botswana has ended the national public health emergency as the situation in the country's health facilities continues to improve. However, the country is not out of the woods yet. The Health Minister, Dr. Stephen Modise, made the revelation in his update on the state of medicines and medical commodities. Botswana had declared a public health emergency in late August when it faced a shortage of essential medicines and medical equipment. Dr. Modise explains.
The situation at our clinics has improved, though not fully stabilized. Most medicines and for chronic conditions are managed at this level, such as diabetes, hypertension, as well as antibiotics, pain medicines, which are now available, though not at optimum levels. As at the beginning of October, availability in our hospitals had gone up to 36% from the initial 17% reported in August. Our target is to reach 97% and to maintain at least 3 months stock at CMS from December going forward.
South Africa's Deputy Police Minister, Castle Matale, says more than a year later, he has not been delegated any tasks by his political principal because they waited for the now placed on special leave Minister Senzo Mchunu to find his feet in the police department. Matale is appearing before Parliament's ad hoc committee that was established following allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system. These allegations were made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. The task team was disbanded by Mchunu. Matale, who had several tasks delegated to him, and Akele says he has not been given similar responsibilities under Mchunu.
The minister came into the police department and he had to familiarize himself with the workings of the department, which is quite extensive and broad. And since he came in to date, we were engaged in that process, which took quite some time given the complexities of policing. And I think that is the reason why there was a delay.
And lastly, United Nations review says countries are failing to fulfill their plans to cut carbon emissions. This comes ahead of world leaders gathering in Brazil for the COP30 climate conference next week. The BBC's Matt McGrath.
Nearly 200 countries that signed the Paris Climate Agreement a decade ago pledged to submit carbon-cutting plans every 5 years. So far this year, only 64 nations have done so. Including statements of intent from China and the EU, the pledges, if fulfilled, should cut global emissions by about 10% by 2035. But scientists say cuts of 57% are needed to keep the 1.5 Celsius temperature threshold alive by then. The UN expects more pledges by the start of COP30 next week.
For any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us at +27 11 714 4459. Channel Africa News, I'm Onele Tsinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Seven minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Good afternoon and welcome to the Tuesday edition.
Choo-choo.
Choo-choo's
not here.
Choo-choo riser. Tuesday edition of The Upside, your gateway to the good life on Channel Africa, the African Perspective with Tebogo, Lekhuleni and Mmatsheko Mosito. We're coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Catch us live on our social media platforms at Channel Africa on Facebook and YouTube and at Channel Africa 1 on TikTok. Download that SABC Plus app so you can take us with you wherever you go on your Android or your iOS device. And check out our newly revamped website, www.channelafrica.co.za. We can stream the show and also revisit some of our conversations through our podcast. A big thank you to Lulu Gabu and Team Africa Update. Join them again tomorrow, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Central African Time. Good afternoon to you, Mmatsheko Mosito. Happy Tuesday. How you doing?
Hey, Tada.
Hey.
What's good? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. I was being productive today.
Oh, I love it. Do you want to tell us a little bit? Just a teeny weeny bit?
Well, a little bit. So I jogged today. I haven't jogged in like a minute. I've been doing the walks and the hikes and the whatnot, but my jog today was actually not bad. The slowest jog you can imagine. I took my time, let me tell you.
I'm the queen of that.
Yeah,
slow jogs.
proper
That's
slow.
beautiful.
What time did I run? I ran, it was like 44 minutes. I'm adding 2 minutes because I was doing a cool down. 44 minutes of walking, of jogging, but 4 kilometers covered, about 4.4 kilometers covered, burned about 400 calories, which is not bad.
You know what?
Not a bad place to start.
Can I just say, and I'm not just saying this because now I'm part of your soul tribe of very slow joggers.
Yes.
I feel like those are the most effective.
it's proven to be.
Yes.
Because I feel energetic now. I don't feel like, oh my goodness, I need to sleep for like 10 hours to recover.
Absolutely. So, listen, I big that up, and congratulations on your jog. You didn't just do something for your physique. You shifted the frequency of the whole universe.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
that is so
because you are a better human being. I'm so proud of you.
That is so profound.
High five.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Love it for you.
We're getting ready. Summer body, what Tonton.
Yes.
Beach body by December.
And summer mindset.
And summer mindset by December. Come on now. Come on now.
With it.
Here's what's coming up on the show this afternoon. Beautiful music as always. Great conversations. We'll be talking about beauty. There's a nail bar franchise, a chain of nail bar stores that are opening up, and I'm very excited about that. I think it's brilliant to see that there are other brands coming into the market because we often just see one particular one. But Sorbet has partnered up with some young entrepreneurs who have created a bar called, or a nail bar called Nail, or what is it called? Yeah, that one. It's called something. But they've got a nail bar that they've launched, and it's called Popsicle Nail Bar. But now they've launched it in different areas and in partnership with Sorbet, giving them greater visibility, or the founder of Sorbet, who knows quite a few things about marketing and franchising, and I think he's going to help them take that brand to another level, and I think that's quite exciting. Are you specific about who your nail tech person is? You don't deviate, go to other places and explore?
Can I tell you, it's been a struggle over the last 3 months to find somebody who knows what they are doing. But literally weeks ago, I found someone at a wonderful nail bar called Lenala, and I think I found home.
Lenala.
But let's see what this offering is what's happening. Because also, and I'm glad that you as a masculine are excited, because male grooming is now a thing.
I need to start doing it. I haven't started doing it, but I need to. But I also need to find the right place to go and try this. So
you must prepare yourself. You must prepare right now.
Absolutely.
Go for the future.
And then we've got Vento Clock coming up later today. And then what caught your eye? Quite a few things have caught my eye, and not the greatest. Very sad, very tragic are some of the conversations that I'll be sharing this afternoon on What Caught Your Eye, because the headlines are just, it's just sad to see what's happening, from gender-based violence to mass shootings. We're seeing it all, and we'll be touching on some of them later today. Let us know where you're streaming us from. Our WhatsApp line is +2 763 406 9126, or alternatively comment below at Channel Africa on Facebook and YouTube, and at Channel Africa 1 on TikTok. Welcome to the show.
Annika Longi sur Channel Africa.
Comment est-ce que les militants et sympathisants du parti Les Transformateurs ont-ils réagi face à la condamnation de Succès Masra?
La condamnation de Succès Masra ne nous a pas surpris, et les militants transformateurs ont été bouleversés et indignés, étant donné que le verdict est un verdict lourd, illégal, injuste, et donc face à la répression dans laquelle le peuple tchadien est confronté, les militants transformateurs se sont résignés de ne pouvoir pas sortir manifester, et donc c'est une situation totalement absurde pour un pays. Et aujourd'hui nous célébrons le 11 août, fête de l'indépendance. On pensait que le verdict allait être plus ou moins clément, mais le verdict est sévère.
Annika Longi, tous les dimanches sur Mix Vibration.
The Upside, 1 to 4 p.m. Central African Time, with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Mosito, only on Channel Africa, the African Perspective.
I don't wanna cheat on you. Everyday temptation, baby, yo, I just wanna kiss on you. I just wanna kiss on you. I don't wanna cheat on you. Everyday temptation, baby, yo, I just wanna spend on you. Come here, make I spend on you. Oh no, don't let me cheat on my woman, no, no. I try, you know, say I try. Don't let me cheat on my woman, no, no. I try, yeah. Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that way. face. Look at that bomb bomb, look at that waist. What a bomb bomb, baby my taste. What a bomb bomb, baby my grace. Oh, it's amazing. Telling me what a man go do. Everybody want a piece of me. Telling me what a man go do. Oh, it's amazing. Telling me what a man go do. Everybody want a piece of me. Telling me what a man go do.
Say they love me scatter. I know you see this back and I will make you never want another woman. Cause I be crossing the border. Give you my love on a platter. What I'm in chair, made energy. Whoa, pese would come me ya in Jamaica. Biana miss your yemedia. Kumadiko. Dabena obeba. Dona dabena obeba. Dabena obeba. Dona dabena.
Look at that face. Look at that bomb bomb. Look at that waist. What a bomb bomb, baby my taste. What a bomb bomb, baby my grace. Look at that face. Look at that bomb bomb. Look at that waist. What a bomb bomb, baby my taste. What a bomb bomb, baby my grace. I can't no one in Tina. Yeah, me shade me. Yeah, na makademi. Oh, I can't no one in Tina. Mubana misye. I gonna me. Lord, I love my woman. I love my woman. I don't want to look another woman. Oh, I love my baby. Oh, I love my woman. I love my woman. I don't want to look another woman. Oh, I love my baby. Look at that face. Look at that bomb bomb. Look at that waist. What a bomb bomb, baby my taste. What a bomb bomb, baby my grace. Look at that face. Look at that bomb bomb. Look at that waist. What a bomb bomb, baby my taste. What a bomb bomb, baby my grace.
Channel Africa, your voice, your sound, and your home. Stay logged right here.
Yow mi nga xam ne bëgguma ku dul yow jaral nga ma guur pétrole di waltal nga la jaral nga ma dem wax sa xalaat dem wax sa xalaat ma wax la sama xalaat yow mi ma tànn ci seen biir def la àndandoo nara fas yéene nga doon jabar nga la bundireero nga la bundireero nga la bundireero ba kenn duñu kekkantoo yow mi nga xam ne bëgguma ku dul yow jaral nga ma guur pétrole di wal nga la jaral nga ma di ma wax sa xalaat di ma wax sa xalaat ma wax la sama xalaat yow mi ma tànn ci seen biir def la àndandoo nara fas yéene nga doon jabar nga la bundireero nga la bundireero ba kenn duñu kekkantoo Pagalboba, ingayya.
20 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time. A beautiful double play this afternoon on the upside. We kicked you off with Cheat on You by Kiddy and Jackie, and that last song there, Yow, Yo, Yow, Yow by Theon Sek. It's 20 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time. We're going to take a quick breather. When we get back, I want to vent a little bit. I know we are venting early, but there's so much that I need to get off my chest. Don't go anywhere.
madapiri pazoshitika madapiri pazoshitika
mafuta galimoto akwera mtengo mudziko la Malawi ndipo nkhaniyi anthu ayilandira mosiyanasiyana ndipo mtolankhani nzathu mudziko la Malawi Kondwani Nyamasauka tili naye pa laini pano kuti atifotokozere zambiri. Kondwani, kodi uli bwanji? Mafuta galimoto kodi akwera kufika pa bwanji?
Mafuta galimoto akwera amene tuyankhula pano kukambonena kuti usiku wathawu petrol wakwera kuchokera pa 2,530 kwacha kukafika pa 3,499 kwacha. Kuma nkhani ya mapercentage ndi 38.30%, pamene diesel wachoka pa 2,734 kwacha kukafika pa 3,500 kwacha, yomwe ikuyimira kuma percentage 28.02%.
zochitika pa nthawi ya 6 koloko kufikira 7 koloko madzulo lolemba mpaka lachisanu ndi madapiri.
Midday vibes, great programming, and good company. This is Channel Africa.
22 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time. This is indeed Channel Africa, the African perspective, and this is The Upside, your gateway to the good life with Tebogo, Lekhuleni and Mmatsheko Mosito. We're coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Vent o'clock came in a bit early today, right? That's simply because I've got a few things to get off my chest. Okay. Imagine you being a musician with a career spanning over 2 decades. Hit after hit. I mean, yeah, you've served on the stage, you've served your fans with dignity, with pride, and a passion for music. And then, after you've taken a little bit of a break in between, then you decide to come back, life happens, right? You get married, you have kids, and so on and so forth. Then you go back onto stage. And instead of people appreciating the fact that, oh, wow, thank you so much, you've come back. Hey, we've missed your music, we've missed you being on stage and performing live performances. Instead of people just being like, yes, we're glad you're back, and yeah, fantastic. People want to comment on the way that you look. That you don't look as slim as you once did back 20 years ago. You've gained a bit of weight. That's the only thing that people focus on. They're not focusing on your lyrical, your vocal range. They're not focusing on that. But your stage presence, you look different now. You've gained a bit of weight. Nelly Furtado, over 25 years in the music industry, Canadian singer, has just announced that she's quitting music and performing. This is amid some body-shaming comments that she's received. She states here, I have decided to step away from performance for the foreseeable future and pursue some other creative and personal endeavors that I feel would better suit this next phase of my life. I have enjoyed my career immensely and I still love writing music as I have always seen it as a hobby. I was lucky enough to make it into a career. I will identify as a songwriter forever. Now, she doesn't state there that, oh, it's because you are being mean to me, that's why I am. But very recently, when she did perform and all the comments that she was receiving on social media, online, very hateful. Like, why can't we just let people be? Why must that be the first thing that you respond to, how she looks, as if that detracts from her performing abilities, her vocal abilities? She's still a superstar, but the only thing you couldn't look or overlook was the fact that she looks different now, to the point where this young girl has now, not young anymore, but to the point where she's now, this is too much. Is this anonymity that we live by on social media giving us all this confidence to say all kinds of mean things? Do you think these people who are saying all kinds of mean things online would say this directly to her face, is my question. Would they have? And is it that bad that she decided 25 years in the music industry, those comments were enough? That's the thing that broke the camel's back right there. How hateful are we? How hateful can we be as a society to body shame someone else like that, to take them out of their passion? I think that's a rather sad thing.
People really just dislike themselves, is how I'm reading this. Because just look around your own family. What do the women in your own family look like? Are they all a size 2? No, honestly, what do the women that are around you, what do they look like? You know, but I don't know. I think that's just, and I'm not saying that it should continue, but I think that is just the unfortunate nature of the entertainment business. It is unforgiving. Anyone who has ever, whether it's on a big or small scale, if you've ever done your job in public, it's not easy to do a job in public. And people that don't do their jobs in public don't really understand how tough it is for people in showbiz to show up every day, have a smile on your face. I mean, I think I was reading a comment somewhere, this has got nothing to do with Nelly, but somebody was just commenting about how she is sick and tired of celebrities. They're all just such horrible, mean people, the ones that she's met, and she's just sick and tired of it. And I you know, had a devil's advocate kind of thought on some. They're human beings too, you know.
That's true.
And they are probably really tired of showing up for everybody all the time. You know. So I really have just such deep compassion for people who do their jobs in public, especially feminines in the music business, because you've got to dress a certain way, and you know, you got to move a certain way. You've really got to show people that you still got it, you know. But perhaps it is our responsibility, or the responsibility, and it would be wonderful to speak to a female artist about the evolution of the work, because you know, you're not going to look like the Nelly Furtado that we knew 30 years ago. Unfortunately, you know, the years go by, you know, and it's going to happen with every woman, with every artist, with every male who had an 8-pack, who now no longer has that, because men have hormones too.
100%.
Hashtag to say. But perhaps the conversation should be about the evolution of what we do, because I think we can vent about, you know, body shaming of artists, and, you know, after so many years you look different, and, you know, people should just embrace you the way you are. In an ideal, wholesome, healed world where people don't have traumas and projections and all these funny things, that would be great. But now that we're living in a world when the roads are not perfect, we've got to get new shoes every day, because clearly it's not perfect, right? It's not perfect. It will never be perfect. What do we do? How do we then shift that to cushion ourselves? Do we evolve? Do something else in entertainment? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to be arrogant and sit here and, you know, I have all the answers, because I really don't. But perhaps that's the conversation, is what else can we do with our fabulous, wholesome, full-figured selves that can
100%.
still be artistic, expressive, but also cushion ourselves from the horrible people that we unfortunately have to share a planet with.
Yeah, just stop bullying people, especially online. Just because we can't see your face and we don't know where you live doesn't give you the right to bully other human beings and say what you want to say, because they're not going to do anything. Just stop that. I think it starts one household at a time, one individual at a time. Introspection and treating other human beings as you would like to be treated yourself. One person at a time, one household at a time, and I think we can get there. So stop bullying people. Online, 30 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Let's get the latest sports with Musibudi Makura.
The African Perspective.
Tebogo, thank you so much. We'll start with local football news. So Kaizer Chiefs co-coach Cedric Kazi is relishing the challenge, challenging the field at the upcoming CAF Confederation Cup. Now, the team this past weekend made the group stages of this competition after brushing aside the Democratic Republic of Congo's AS Simba by 3-1 in Dobsonville Stadium in the south of Johannesburg. So the draw now for the group stages of the CAF Confederation Cup will be held right here in Johannesburg next week, Monday. So with teams like Wydad Casablanca, Zamalek, USM Alger, CR Belouizdad, Stellenbosch FC as well as Azam FC all in the mix. Kazi, can't wait.
I believe it's a tremendous. I think that I haven't maybe realized yet. Maybe tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and see the what we have done so far. But I'm very, especially I'm very happy for the fans. They have struggled to enjoy or to have joy.
Further field now, Lionel Messi wants to play for Argentina in next year's FIFA World Cup, but he says he will have to listen to his body before deciding whether he can make that dream come true. The 38-year-old striker for Inter Miami in the USA led Argentina to the 2022 World Cup title and now yearns to be on the field when the Argentine side go out to defend the crown next year in North America. So 8-time Ballon d'Or winner Messi told the media in an interview on Monday that he will see next year just how the body feels before deciding on whether or not he can play at the FIFA World Cup co-hosted by the USA, Canada as well as Mexico. So Messi, who has been playing professionally since 2004, wants the chance for just one more star to turn out for his country on the biggest stage of them all. Back home now with Banyana. That's of course South Africa securing an away goal in Kinshasa last week. The team will now need to finish the job against the Democratic Republic of Congo at the Dobsonville Stadium tonight. South Africa's women's team and the DRC will clash in the second leg of the 2026 World Cup qualifier tonight, with the winner now destined for Morocco for the 16th edition of the tournament. Banyana as well as the DRC shared the spoils in Kinshasa last week after that game ended in a 1-1 draw. But of course, Banyana are home now, familiar with the surroundings, and the assistant coach Tina Sonkembule says understanding as well as studying their strengths and weaknesses will do them good tonight.
I think we played them not so long ago, I think 2023 for the Olympic qualifier, and then obviously a few days ago. We know that their strength is on the front three, and now their strength is their overseas-based players. We knew that if we good on our transition to defend, we'll have less chances of conceding. Their strength is the three attacking players. They are very aggressive, speed. When they go forward, they pump everything up.
On to rugby news now, Japan's 4-point loss to Australia over the weekend has made the Springboks sit up and take notice. The Boks will play Japan at Wembley Stadium on Saturday in the first of 5 matches on the end-of-year tour. Springbok assistant coach Jerry Flannery says the Brave Blossoms are a complete side that will take some beating. The Boks are preparing for a busy November with about 5 test matches scheduled. First up will be Japan at Wembley Stadium in London, and then after that they will have to play the likes of France, Italy, Wales as they round off the year. Flannery says Japan are the real deal and will offer the Boks plenty of resistance to kick off their tour of the Northern Hemisphere.
Looking at the game, I think they showed an awful lot of resilience in the first half when they had their yellow cards, and they showed how well they can defend against one of the best sides. Well, Australia scored 6 tries against us in the first game in the Rugby Championship, so we're aware of how they're not just a really good attacking side, they can defend very well as well. So, and then the second half, I felt like, particularly in the last quarter, they really came into the game, and they were probably disappointed that they didn't win.
And finally, in tennis news, Gegro Dimitrov said he was still adjusting to the rigorous of competitive tennis. That's after 3 months out of play, should I say, with a pectoral injury. But the former world number 3 was delighted to make his return with a victory at the Paris Masters on Monday. So Dimitrov suffered an injury in the 4th round at Wimbledon in July of this year when he was leading eventual champion Yannick Sinner by 2-0. The 34-year-old Bulgarian retiring from the match in tears. So Dimitrov, who has slipped now to number 38 in the world, will continue his comeback when he takes on 11th seed Daniel Medvedev or Joame Monor in the 2nd round of the Paris Masters. It's 13:35 p.m. Central African Time. It concludes your sports news this hour. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, our email address is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Alternatively, give us a call. The newsroom line is +27 11714 4459. So I'm back with more sports news in the next hour. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibu Di Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Let the good times roll. From the 10th of October, make a note. Channel Africa is stepping into a brand new era with the launch of our upgraded website and app. It's easy, fresh, and always on your fingertips. Wherever you are in the world, Africa's voice is just a click away. The future of Channel Africa goes live from the 10th of October. Don't miss the moments.
36 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. It's now time for us to find out how the markets are moving. We've got Buntle Headbush standing by.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thanks, Tebogo. Good afternoon, and a very good afternoon to our listeners. In our top story this hour, the President of Angola and AU Chairperson João Lourenço says the continent is facing a challenge of infrastructure development. He says there's a gap of financing infrastructure on the continent and called on all stakeholders to come on board with funds to address this problem. Addressing the Luanda Summit on financing for infrastructure development in Africa, Lourenço, through an interpreter, says young people must take the lead with new innovations in an effort to address lack of adequate infrastructure in Africa.
Must capitalize its demographic dividend, characterized by a predominantly young, innovative and active population, as well as its abundant natural resources and the increasing need to integrate its markets. However, as it is well known, Africa faces a colossal infrastructure financing deficit.
Malawi's President Peter Mutharika has imposed a ban on the export of raw minerals as an effort to ensure the country fully benefits from its mineral wealth by processing minerals locally rather than exporting them in their raw form. Mutharika says Malawi could earn up to $500 million annually if mining operations at the Kasia Rotila site in Lilongwe and the Kangangunde rare earth site in Balaka are properly developed and managed. Dr. Bertha Bangara Chikadza, a macroeconomist and economics lecturer at the Malawi University of Science and Technology, explains.
This is the stand that we needed because people were just coming in, maybe mining and exporting without the country realizing the proper benefits from the minerals that we have as a country. So I think this is actually a great move for the economy in terms of, economic diversification and value addition. We are seeing this as the best opportunity that I think the country can take, so that maybe we can move from relying on agriculture only from tobacco, but also looking at mining, which can actually earn more.
Meanwhile, the International Monetary Fund has held productive talks with Malawi's new government during its annual meetings in Washington this month. This as the Southern African country looks to secure a new lending program. Malawi's last IMF program was terminated in May after it failed to restore macroeconomic stability. The mayor of Lekhuleni in South Africa's Gauteng province, Nkosi Phindile Xhakaza, says preparations for next month's G20 summit aim to showcase the city's investment potential as it welcomes world leaders. The mayor inspected OR Tambo International Airport today, one of the key entry points for delegates arriving in Johannesburg.
And what is of significance is that we use, major events, as an anchor for development. Because what is important is that if we're able to showcase what we're able to, the services that we're able to offer to our visitors as a country, the return on investment is that those visitors are likely to come back, probably with a family, probably, for business, probably for investment.
US President Donald Trump has met with Japan's first female Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, in Tokyo. Takaichi, who was only elected last week, spoke of building a golden era for Japan's alliance with the United States. At the meeting, Trump told her she would be one of the great prime ministers. The BBC's Shamai Khalil reports.
It's a critical day for Japan, and for its new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, it's a defining early test of leadership. President Trump said Japan was a great ally, adding that he'll be there whenever needed. But he's also pushing hard on trade and security, leaving Tokyo very little room to maneuver. Mr. Trump wants more U.S. access to Japan's markets. Sanae Takaichi needs to protect domestic industries. Tokyo is heavily reliant on exports and can't afford a tariff fight. For now, the tone is friendly, but there is real pressure on Tokyo to deliver on agreements.
And now for a look at the indicators. $1 US in Nigeria is trading at 1,458 naira this afternoon. In Botswana, it's at 13 pula 44. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shilling 22. And in Zambia, it's at 22 kwacha. The BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 real 38. Russia, 79 rubles 72. In India, it's 87 rupees 80. China, 7 yuan 12, and South Africa, $1 is trading at 17 rand 21 cents. $1 is trading at 75 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,903 per ounce this afternoon. Platinum also lower at $1,512 per ounce, while Brent crude oil is at $64.51 a barrel. And those are your business news. For any business news stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or give us a call on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Buntle Headbush.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. The Morning Switch Weekend with the Shy Guy.
The story that takes us to Zambia. There are two men actually that were sentenced to prison for the plot to kill the president with witchcraft. You go like, what? So these guys were arrested actually in Lusaka, and what was found on them was a live chameleon. Can you believe that? Animal tails and bottles of concoction. That law takes us back to 1914, which is the Witchcraft Act. I can imagine now arrested and they go to jail for the next 2 years. You know, I presume that when you get to jail, they get to ask you actually, what is it that you committed? Now, this is the first of its kind, by the way, for somebody to be arrested for such. They in Pemba, whenever they pass, hey, Chikanga, hey, Uloya, hey, Mulosi. And imagine here I am in these early hours of the mornings, I get to talk about witchcraft.
Saturday and Sunday mornings belong to the Morning Switch. 3 to 6 a.m. Central African Time. The Upside, taking the African perspective to fresh levels.
When it's time to focus on you, I will. But right now, I just really need to get on my feet. Oh, cause when I bleed, you don't really see me. You're never thinking about me. I'm your shield and your protector, darling. When do you protect me? You cannot reciprocate. Can I be your case? But to me, I won't wait. I have all that I need in my ja. If not for for Jah, I for don't die. There's no one to blame but me if I decide to trust in him and not rely on Jah, on Jah, on Jah. In my Jah. If not for Jah, I for don't die. Jah. The way your light goes out and you're looking for me, baby. Your disguise is beautiful. And if I knew that you were my kryptonite, oh, I would have deserted you. Oh, baby. Seeing is deceiving, oh, it's deceiving. Oh, baby. Only God can save you now. You cannot reciprocate. Can I be your kiss? But to me, I won't wait. I have all that I need in my Jah. If not for Jah, I for don't die. There's no one to blame but me if I decide to trust in him and not rely on Jah.
That was Ja by Libianca. 46 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Good afternoon to you. Happy Tuesday. Thank you so much for choosing The Upside, your gateway to the good life on Channel Africa, the African perspective with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Mmatsheko Mosito. We're coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Stream us live on our social media platforms at Channel Africa on Facebook and YouTube, and at Channel Africa 1 on TikTok, and download that SABC Plus app so you can take us with you wherever you go on your Android or your iOS device. Now, it's one place, this place I'm about to tell you about. It's one place where men come for a fade but leave with more than just a haircut. A sacred space for truth-telling, banter, brotherhood, and razor-sharp reflections on life. Now, after conquering global stages from London to Lagos, Barbershop Chronicles finally comes home. This November, the Market Theatre brings this international smash hit play to Johannesburg audiences for the first time on African soil. Directed by Eswatini's very own Sibusiso Mamba and penned by Nigerian-born British playwright Inua Elams, Barbershop Chronicles is a gripping, hilarious, and emotionally rich celebration of black masculinity, identity, and the power of conversation. It's set across 6 cities, including Joburg, Harare, Kampala, Lagos, Accra, and London. The play unfolds over the course of one powerful day inside barbershops where every trim comes with a tale. Now, whether you're going through a heartbreak, debating football, or searching for meaning, this is one production where you are guaranteed to leave looking and feeling transformed. On the line to tell us a bit more about this, we've got cast member Anthony Oseyemi to tell us a bit more about this production. Anthony, thank you so much for your time. Welcome to The Upside. First question, what is it about a barbershop that makes it so much more than just a grooming spot for men?
I think it's about the community. You know, it's like that space you walk into, you know why you're there, but you can also unload and chat about what's been going on, the lady that it didn't go too well with, the job that's not quite happening. You know, it's a social space for us guys, and we really get to unload. And also, you know, we talk our sport because that's where we debate stuff. That's the place we live, and we leave looking the way we want to, and we know that it's a sacred space. It's always a nice vibe. I mean, any barbershop I've been to, from here to Lagos to London, it's always the same. It always has that sense of community.
I love that. It's a sacred space for the masculines and even women. Like, even just walking past the barbershop, you get a sense that you can't just walk in there. right? It's sacred ground in there for the masculines. You get a
Never.
sense.
We would welcome you.
Really? I doubt it highly. But I'm very interested to find out what drew you personally, just in you elaborating on the fact that you have traveled quite vastly and have been to different barbershops, but there's a common thread. But what drew you personally to exploring themes around masculinity and also vulnerability through this kind of setting?
I think because it's now a very necessary space. You know, for a long time, we've been in the space of what the concept of men are, and particularly the role of black men in society and community. And that's changed. And we've definitely historically, you know, gone through quite a bit in terms of the discussions of absent fathers, the discussions of violence in the home, whether it's being perpetrated by the parent on the child or by the partner on the partner. And these are all deeply necessary themes to discuss and unpack, and also to kind of highlight the necessity of the conversation, because I don't think it's talked about enough. You know, with a lot of guys, it's like we grunt and we move on. We don't necessarily express what we're dealing with or how we're dealing with it.
Yeah.
And to be able to find a place where you can talk about what you're dealing with freely, without judgment, without an overview that depicts a certain perspective, and just allows you to unpack who you are and what you're dealing with, and be seen as a human being, not necessarily as a male or a female or as even black, but just as a human being. And I think that's the really, really important part about the show and why I'm drawn to it, because it's a diaspora. It's, you know, we are all over the world. And it's the one place in which, as you've said and I've said and we all acknowledge, when you go to the barbershop, it's where you talk. And I can draw parallels. I'm sure when the ladies go to the salons, it's where they can also talk. Do you know what I mean? And then really express themselves and be in a safe space to unpack what they're dealing with.
The Barbershop Chronicles will be hitting the African soil for the very first time. And we are currently in conversation with one of the cast members, Anthony Oseyemi, to tell us a bit more about it. What can we expect in Johannesburg at the Market Theatre? We'll continue our conversation right after this.
Let the good times roll. From the 10th of October, make a note. Channel Africa is stepping into a brand new era with the launch of our upgraded website and app. It's easy, fresh, and always on your fingertips. Wherever you are in the world, Africa's voice is just a click away. The future of Channel Africa. Okay. Goes live from the 10th of October. Don't miss the moments. The Upside. On the Upside. Your voice matters.
8 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African Time. This November, the Market Theatre will be bringing the international smash hit Barbershop Chronicles to Johannesburg audiences for the very first time on the African soil. And we're currently in conversation with the man who will be playing the role of Emmanuel on this production, Anthony Oseyemi. Anthony, let's talk about the play itself. Paint a picture of what we can expect for those who have never seen the Barbershop Chronicles before, have never been to one of the plays anywhere around the world. What can we expect?
You can definitely expect to laugh. You may even be moved to cry. You will be dazzled by some fantastic performances on the acting front. There may even be some choreography if you're lucky, and some vocals, depending on if we can stay in tune. But also you'll be treated to a really nice and really beautiful crossing over of stories in terms of the different locations: London, Lagos, Accra, Johannesburg. You'll see stories that are interconnected but stand alone. You'll feel these characters, their humor, their joy, their sadness, their pitfalls, the things that make them happy, the things that inspire them. And you'll resonate because you'll understand them. They're characters that we all know and live with. One of them is my uncle, and one of them is definitely me for sure. And another one's definitely my younger brother. So in that sense, it's a really rich piece of text that we're bringing to life on stage with a really talented cast as well. The director did a fantastic job in terms of casting these characters, because also one of the most important parts about this is the connection between us as actors on stage and as people, as human beings. And the writer, Inuilam's really brilliantly done, because I know that in terms of depictions of the black male, sometimes if there's aggression or violence, that's where we stay. But what he does really masterfully with the text is he moves between those moments, but he always brings you back to a place of humor and self-reflection. And also that grounds it in a realism and a space that we will understand. And there's never a criticism, but just an observation of what it is to be and the circumstances within which we as people find ourselves, and then how we deal with that. So you're going to be entertained. There's going to be a lot of laughter, and like I said, some possibly some dancing and maybe some singing. But don't hold out. I'm not promising anything.
Listen, you know what it sounds like as I'm listening to you talk, and you're literally painting the picture of how you're going to come into the space with energy, which is what I've always enjoyed about theater acting, is that you live in the moment, and it sounds like a homecoming. But with that, Anthony, let's talk about the ways in which we will be able to kind of engage with you as the audience. Or let me rephrase that. How are we as women sitting in the audience, how are we going to be able to engage and understand the conversations that we're seeing with the men on stage?
Simply, honestly, just by listening. There are no holds bars conversations happening in this space. And like I said, I also draw parallels with, the ladies when they go to the salons.
Yeah.
You will recognize
nice.
what's happening immediately. You'll be like, this one, this is going to happen with this guy. This one's in trouble. That one is a skellum. You'll thoroughly enjoy it. And you're not excluded, ladies. Trust me. It's actually a really fantastic moment just to see these men in their space, maybe doing and saying some of the things they don't do and say with you. And now you'll be like, here's a hack. You'll be picking up hacks on how to get what you want out of your men in this moment. So please come along, come see us. We can't wait to have you in the audience. And somebody may try and dance with you, so be aware. It's a very interactive performance.
Anthony, are you a barbershop owner? Are you a barber yourself in this play, or are you just a customer coming in to get a haircut?
So Emmanuel,
yeah.
the Emmanuel is kind of the custodian of the barber shop. So he helps create the space in which these men come into to be barbed, but also as a place of sanctuary and safety where they can talk about what's going on for them. And advice is shared and given. It's never imposed or directed. And he's a very interesting character because he's dealing with a lot himself. And you, as the play unfolds, you get to hear and see part of his history and how they built and set up the barbershop. I think it's a story you'll thoroughly enjoy. And he's a very interesting character, very reminiscent of our uncles who hold space with our aunties, those guys that they move quietly.
That is so true. I can't wait to see this on stage, Anthony. And I wonder, did you learn anything about yourself during this production? Did you learn anything different about men as you were interacting with all kinds of men from all different walks of life? What did you learn that was different from what you had already known about what it is to be a man?
We are all very talented. I have 2 left feet. The older I get, the further rhythm goes from me. But what I really learned is the richness of the diaspora, the richness of the black male, and how much we have to offer collectively and individually. And if we can take time to take a moment, we can see the majesty, the glory in God's creation quite evident. And that's something I think that we as men have to be capable of seeing in each other, no matter what we're dealing with. Because I feel for a long time, it's kind of, it's held us back from being as strong as we can be as a collective. and moving the barometer forward for our children as our parents did for us. So I've learned that no matter our ages, we all have something in common. The variation in age and origin of the cast really reflects that conversation quite effectively, and it's a beautiful thing to discover, to be like, because sometimes you're in your own corner living your own life and you think I'm the only one, and you're not. We all share, we all exist in the same plane and experience the same things, but from our perspective. And for this, it's given us the ability to see a much wider perspective.
It sounds absolutely epic. I mean, we're moving here from Johannesburg to Harare to Kampala to Lagos to Accra. I'm picking up, as you speak, anecdotes around our interconnectedness, African identity today, which is wonderful. I want to see Emmanuel and the rest of the Gentlemen's Club on stage. So when and how can we catch this?
At the Market Theatre.
Right.
And I know we're on web tickets as well. So please come and see us. We're running from the 9th to the 30th of November. And if you come, maybe we can run a little longer. If you come, maybe we can tour, guys. So please come, be entertained. Come expecting to be entertained, but also come with an open heart and an open mind. These characters are amazing. I can't thank the people involved enough in terms of the people teaching us, choreographing us, getting us ready for this show. I'm telling you, by the end of this show, people are going to have 10 packs. That's the level of work people are doing here.
Love it.
But please come see us. Come have some fun, because that's what it's about, really. It's a really beautiful and funny piece. And if you need to laugh and your day's been tough, come through. You'll leave with a smile. I guarantee it.
Love it. Anthony, all the best, and thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Barbershop Chronicles, check them out at the Market Theatre from the 6th to the 30th of November 2025 at the John Kani Theatre. It's 2 p.m. Central African time. Let's get the latest news with Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Looking at your top stories, Tanzania heads to the polls tomorrow, and global fail in fulfilling plans to cut carbon emission. Your latest news. Greetings to our listeners. As Tanzania heads to the polls tomorrow, questions are mounting about the credibility of the electoral process. President Samia Suluhu Hassan is seeking re-election under the ruling Chama cha Mapinduzi party, but with the main opposition leader facing treason charges and reports of growing political repression, analysts say the outcome is almost certain. Observers are pointing to heightened security, reported human rights abuses, and the exclusion of key opposition parties as challenges that shaped the electoral environment. There's heavy security presence in Cameroon's capital, Yaoundé, after the announcement of the election victory of President Paul Biya. Demonstrations broke out yesterday after the official announcement. Many Cameroonians are rejecting the results. Opposition leader Issa Chiroma is, however, maintaining that he has won the polls. Moki Kinzeka reports from Cameroon.
It was a bloody night. I measure my words. It was a bloody night last night in so many towns around Cameroon. In Manjo, where administrative authorities were beaten, security were attacked, where houses were burnt, public edifices set on fire. It was also bloody in Douala, and we hear lots of people were killed. You could see photos shared online, videos of security forces actually attacking people with live ammunition, killing people on the streets. So it was bloody. But the other issue that came to disturb a bit is a lot of looting that was also taking place.
Botswana has ended the national public health emergency as the situation in the country's health facilities continues to improve. However, the country is not out of the woods yet. The Health Minister, Dr. Stephen Modise, made the revelation in his update on the state of medicines and medical commodities. Botswana had declared a public health emergency in late August when it faced a shortage of essential medicines and medical equipment. Dr. Modise explains.
The situation at our clinics has improved, though not fully stabilized. Most medicines and for chronic conditions are managed at this level. such as diabetes, hypertension, as well as antibiotics, pain medicines, which are now available, though not at optimum levels. As at the beginning of October, availability in our hospitals had gone up to 36% from the initial 17% reported in August. Our target is to reach 97% and to maintain at least 3 months stock at CMS from December going forward.
South Africa's Deputy Police Minister, Castle Matale, says the inclusion or not of the political killings task team was not discussed when the new organogram of the police department was discussed after last year's election. Matale has appeared before Parliament's ad hoc committee today that is investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system of the country. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu had told the committee when he appeared that a decision was made that the PKTT would be incorporated into the murder and robbery unit. However, Matale had a different opinion.
Well, it might have been mentioned in passing because we didn't in the organizational structure discuss political killings because it's a task team that was established to deal with a specific problem. Here we're talking about a structure that must define policing in the country.
And lastly, United Nations review says countries are failing to fulfill their plans to cut carbon emissions. This comes ahead of world leaders gathering in Brazil for the COP30 climate conference next week. The BBC's Matt McGrath.
Nearly 200 countries that signed the Paris Climate Agreement a decade ago pledged to submit carbon-cutting plans every 5 years. So far this year, only 64 nations have done so. Including statements of intent from China and the EU, the pledges, if fulfilled, should cut global emissions by about 10% by 2035. But scientists say cuts of 57% are needed to keep the 1.5 Celsius temperature threshold alive by then. The UN expects more pledges by the start of COP30 next week.
Recapping on your top stories, as Tanzania heads to the polls tomorrow, questions are mounting about the credibility of the electoral process. President Samia Suluhu Hassan is seeking re-election under the ruling Chama cha Mapinduzi party, but with the main opposition leader facing treason charges and reports of growing political repression. Channel Africa News, I'm Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
8 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time. It's the second hour, the golden hour of The Upside, your gateway to the good life on Channel Africa, the African Perspective, with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Mmatsheko Mosito. We're still coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Happy Tuesday, and thank you so much for choosing us this afternoon. Interesting conversation coming up next, because we'll be talking to an author who wrote a children's book. How often do you find authors who are writing children's books nowadays?
I think there's quite a lot popping up. There's a lot of storytelling from a child's perspective. What I'm not seeing a lot of is the actual children writing their own stories. And perhaps that's my problem. Maybe I'm out of touch.
You want to see more children writing more
From their own
kids.
perspectives, because children these days are incredibly smart.
Yeah.
The ones, I mean, obviously under 12.
Yes.
Brilliant illustrators,
wonderful
storytellers. You know, and you know, I would imagine, you know, spaces where, you know, there's siblingship, where they're writing stories together as siblings. Obviously, yes, they're different people. They, you know, your life doesn't just end with you being a sibling. But it would be interesting to dig a little deeper and find those stories. But today we're speaking to an author who's written a book for children, which is great.
Absolutely. The book is titled Unako and the Blue Couch, by filmmaker and writer T. Petela. And she's going to tell us about what this book is all about and why we need to have every single child in Africa reading it. It's 10 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time. That conversation is coming up next.
África. Conhece o Ntivani?
Claro que sou eu.
Ntivani é o amante da música de corpo e alma.
Eu amo música africana.
Ele aprecia todos os tipos de melodias e passa os seus dias a ouvir a Channel África. Adivinha só, a Channel África quer ajudar o Ntivani e os amantes da música em todo o lado a descobrir ainda mais música incrível. Por isso, a Channel África está a convocar artistas africanos a submeterem as suas músicas. Músicos, lembrem-se de nos dar todas as informações relevantes no music@channelafrica.co.za. As submissões são a vossa oportunidade de ser ouvidos, mas não garantem inclusão na lista. Todas as submissões serão cuidadosamente analisadas para verificar se cumprem os requisitos da nossa estação. Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
Your afternoons just got even better, fresh and exciting. The Upside, hooking you up with today's news from an African perspective.
When a good girl gone bad, what you gonna do? Run, go meet a dad. You don't wanna do. Well, this is Southeast Hall, but the ranking what best, yeah, watch this. Love confession. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Baby, me not gonna let you go. Girl, me not gonna let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Charlie, me not gonna let you go. Tell me not gonna let you go. Me spend all me money, spend all me cash. Call you me honey, but you threw me on trash. And you think say me gon' leave you like that? No way. Why you do me like that, yeah? Girl, I'm waiting on you. Even if them hating on you. But me never send them go. In my life, I've never seen melanin so dark. You're a queen of the dance floor. Night socialite on a rubbish scene, baby. Would you put me in your diary? In my life, I've never seen melanin so dark. You're a queen of the dance floor. Night socialite on a rubbish scene, baby. Would you put me in your diary? She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Baby, me not gonna let you go. Girl, me not gonna let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Charlie, me not gonna let you go. Tell me not gonna let you go.
I think I saw you in the magazine.
or maybe on TV. Looking me up close when you queen, you're a queen. And if you know me well, you know I don't kiss and tell, but I want you to myself, baby.
In my life, yo, me never seen melanin so dark. You're the queen of the dance floor night. Special light on the legacy, baby. Won't you put me in your diary? In my life, yo, me never seen melanin so dark. You're the queen of the dance floor night. Special light on the legacy, baby. Won't you put me in your diary?
She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her.
So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Baby, me never let you go. Yeah, me never let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Charlie, me never let you go. Tell me never let you go.
In my life, I never seen melanin body shaking like a tambourine all night. Inna me head, you are the melody, baby. Inna me head, you are the melody. In my life, I never seen melanin so dark. You're the queen of the dance floor night. Such a light, one night, be seen, baby. Won't you put me in your diary? Heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date ya, yeah. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date ya, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Broadcasting in 5 different languages, connecting the continent. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective.
16 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time. What a song, what a banger. Melanin, Sauti Soul, featuring Pato Ranking. Can we just talk about Sauti Soul?
Oh man, I want to talk about them for 6 hours. I'm such a fan.
Sauti Soul am I correct in saying they've collaborated with almost every single artist in Africa? I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Ones that matter, absolutely.
I'm exaggerating a little bit because they also have a collaboration with Mikasa in South Africa. It's called Tulale Fofo or something like that.
Tulale Fofo.
I can't tell you what it means. Those who know
No.
what it means.
We're not going to go there. But listen, I'm such a huge Sauti Soul fan, and I feel like just the hearts as a band are in the right place, and that's a very tough thing to achieve for a bunch of people who are very different, but they've come together. Their hearts are really in the right places, and you can hear it in this music. Melanin, like celebrate, and also they are big on celebrating the women of Africa. Which is so beautiful.
I love it. Yeah, let's talk about people with good intentions writing kids' books. I think that's where the conversation needs to go, because I feel we need more and more kids' books, but also in languages that they understand, the languages they grew up speaking, so that they can become more confident when they enter adulthood, having grown up with literature in their own language. And I love the book that we're going to be talking about right now.
Absolutely. We're looking at Unako and the Blue Couch. That's the name of the book. I'm actually on their Instagram page right now. Tell you what, it's 17 minutes past 2 p.m. in Central African Time. I'd like us to take a break. When we come back, we're going to be speaking to the author of this heartwarming children's book about themes of love, loss, and the magic of memories.
With Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine, weekdays 6 till 9.
The South African Medical Association, SAMA, has officially suspended all relations with the Israeli Medical Association, a move welcomed by healthcare workers for Palestine, South Africa. The organization says this decision represents a powerful stand for medical ethics, justice, and human rights, echoing the global call for solidarity with Palestinians.
And recently we've also seen other national associations
associations such as the British Medical Association, Turkish, they've released quite strongly worded statements, although none have gone as far as SAMA, to cut ties with the Israeli Medical Association, as well as to call for the suspension from the World Medical Association. It's a watershed moment that an organization has actually taken this step. And it's not an idle threat. SAMA is a member of the World Medical Association, and they can action this resolution by bringing it before the World Medical Association.
Dr. Sadiq Mullah, chairperson of Healthcare Workers for Palestine, South Africa.
Mornings made better with Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine. Mmatsheko, Mosito and Tebogo Lekhuleni on the upside.
19 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. Now, grief is never easy, especially for children. But what if we had the language, the stories, and the courage to talk about it together? Unako and the Blue Couch is a gentle yet powerful new children's book by filmmaker and writer Ati Petela that opens a space for young readers and their caregivers to explore loss with honesty and heart. Inspired by her own childhood experience, Ati brings us a story of love, memory, and healing through the eyes of a little girl and her family's old couch. With illustrations by Naledi Modupi and translations into isiXhosa and South African Sign Language, the book isn't just a story. It's a tool for emotional connection, inclusion, and comfort. Joining us now on the line to tell us a bit more about the book is Ati Petela. Ati, thank you so much for your time. Welcome to The Upside. Let's talk about this book. What a powerful book. I mean, I'm just reading, I'm reading a few pieces of what it's about. And already I'm like, this is a book that every single household needs to have. Talk to us about the inspiration for the book. How did it all begin?
Hello, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Super excited. So the story is this is a story I've always wanted to write. So I didn't necessarily have a relationship with my grandfather like that, but it was my uncle.
Okay.
And when he passed away, there was a blue couch that we used to enjoy. And I remember my mom fetching me from school on a Wednesday, and we had to drive all the way to Bizana to my uncle's house. And I thought, why are we driving during the week? We never do that. And when we got there, I didn't find him. And then I thought, because I asked my mother what happened, and she said, your uncle passed away. And I thought, I don't know what that means, but I think I love it because I get to sit on the couch. And then I saw my one cousin, her name was Ombakazi. She was so mean, but that day she was hugging people, making coffee for people. I was like, I don't know what death is, but it's great because I went to a white school. So my grandmother used to say, hugging is for white people. And so now people were hugging. I was like, well, we do what white people do. And also I get to sit on the couch and Ombakazi is making tea. Yeah. Death is a thing until I realized what it actually is. So it's been a story that was sitting with me for a very long time. And I was trying to figure out how to write it and maybe trying to find the words. And when I did, it came in the form of a film. But because obviously making movies is a very expensive task and expensive exercise, I then decided to use the resources I had to first translate it into a book, which I think was a great idea because now when the little ones watch the movie, because movies can be very metaphorical and big in visual language, they might not be able to dissect the movie to understand what it means.
Yeah.
So I think the book really did the job, and that's how the book came about. And then I thought, I mean, the story existed, but still, parents, it's not like because the story exists, parents still don't have the tools and the ways in which they can speak to their children, and children still didn't understand the emotions. And then I was like, let me then extend it to just kind of make it a working book. Then I collaborated with a therapist, friend of mine, and then we then at the end of the book have a whole therapy session where parents and children can now speak about their emotions and help. The parents can then help the younger ones dissect their big emotions, but the parents, while they go through their own grief, they can also dissect their own grief through their children to make it a collective healing for the family.
Man, I see. You know what I love, ne? I love women in the creative arts that are really tapping into the magnum opus in this manner. You know, and the way you're thinking already tells me, without you having to say it, that you are a storyteller in film and television, because there is a certain approach to this work that is like no other. So talk to me about that. Let's talk about how your background in storytelling through film and television has influenced your approach, particularly in writing for children.
Firstly, I didn't think I was a writer for children. I mean, I love children, but I think very subconsciously, just looking at the state of the world and where we are, it feels like we are a generation of maybe people who are not very self-regulated. Looking at gender-based violence and how our men respond to things when they feel like their backs are against the wall emotionally. I mean, we get femicide. I don't know if this is the beginning of me trying to figure out how I can contribute to the space and make the world a better place as a creative. But I definitely do think that storytelling is a tool where we can access people's emotions and people's hearts and kind of get to the bottom of who everybody is, because everybody has a story. And I think if we understand all our stories, then we can structure the world to fit the stories that we either have not told, things that we've gone through that we need to heal. But I think just the root of existence is story. From the time you're born, you have a story. Even before you're born, you have a story, because there's a story that your mom can tell you or your dad when you were conceived, something like that. But I just feel like we're all bodies of untold stories. And it's quite exciting to figure out how we can solve or contribute to the world's problems, the world's issues, the world's joys and pain using our different storytelling tools. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Ati, when we talk about grief, it can be such a difficult topic, especially when you're trying to convey to a younger audience. Talk to us about the role that therapists and the educators play in helping you with this process of writing this book.
Well, I think I actually wrote this book because I didn't have that.
Okay.
And so then I was like, what would I have liked to have if I was going through this thing during that time? And I guess that's basically how I try to approach life in all aspects. Like even when I'm a mentor, I try to ask myself, what would I have wanted to have? And then I just become the thing that I would have liked to have, because then at least I'm making someone else's life better. But with the experience of the book, I definitely do think that having space to talk about your emotions also kind of helps you. You know, when you say something out loud, it's so different from when you're feeling it and from when you're sitting with it in your mind.
Yeah.
And I just think that having space to vocalize certain things can also help us make better decisions. So I definitely think that therapists and educators need to be that safe space for little children, especially now that I'm like so curious about how our childhood kind of contributes to the kind of grown-ups we become, and how we hold our spaces as members of society, and how we hold our spaces as communities in the different spaces that we belong to. So yeah, I definitely think that it's very important to have an outlet to speak openly about your emotions.
Just in you elaborating on that, I'm very interested to, because I like your vision is very big. I mean, I don't think I've heard anyone speak about a book for children, but also that really brings the conversation of the caregiver in there as well, in the manner that you are, if ever. But let's talk about that opportunity for dialogue, for questions, for activities that you are hoping for as people sit on their own blue couch with their children and unpack this book. What are you hoping families will take away from it as their own little therapy session, as you rightfully put it at the beginning of the segment?
Again, bringing it back to me, I think I was a very curious child. I think I was loud. I think I was jumpy. I was all over the place. And I remember my mother with the very minimal experience, because I'm the firstborn. So with the very minimal experience she had of parenting, she always used to say to me, my mom's Xhosa, so she'd be like, "Oh, hlala phansi, uyathanda uvasa, like undwebile, hlala phansi." So I'm like, and there was a point in my life when I felt like I needed to be more quiet as a person, where I felt like I needed to like shrink and I can't say things, I can't experience things, because my mother used to say to me, "Stop it, like we are in class, I just sit down," type of thing. So I'm really hoping that no other child is going to be told that they are too much, because now the parents for the book will get to understand what kind of children that they're raising. And I'm hoping that it will help parents, because I know as well, like having looked at my family dynamic, look, I come from an amazing family. This does not in any way take away from it.
Yes.
But I do remember a time deliberately when they said, boys don't cry. They said, be strong as a man. So I'm really hoping that we can, this can be the beginning of us dismantling all those kind of gender, for lack of a better word, I guess I'm going to say roles that don't really belong to us, because at the end of the day, we're human, you know? Whether you are crying as a man, you're crying because the emotions are probably the same as the next person sitting next to you who's a female. And again, I'm really hoping that contributing to like the greater good of the world, I feel like when men have more access to their emotions and they can understand that it's okay to honestly speak about how you're feeling, then again, femicide and gender-based violence will hopefully become a thing of the past, because somebody's going to be able to say, you really did upset me and I didn't enjoy what you did, as opposed to saying, I'm going to smack you right now. So yeah, I'm really hoping that this can contribute in its own little way to just a better world and better people who know themselves better, who are given birth to by parents who understand and know them better as they grow and they move. And yeah, and I mean, I feel like our generation is doing that, and I'm quite excited for generation of parents that are coming up, because it feels like they've already started doing the work. And as creatives, I suppose we're just taking over and giving them bigger and greater tools to be able to do the work in the little spaces that they own.
Ati, the book is also available in isiXhosa and South African Sign Language. Where can people find the book if they would like to read it?
So the book, so the isiXhosa part we haven't printed yet. We're still finalizing. And the sign language also hasn't been recorded. However, the whole idea was to have everybody, including the people that can't hear, the deaf community, experience the deaf community of children, experience the book in real time, because this is a broad topic and it affects everybody. So we can access it for now on my Instagram page, which is Unago and the Blue Couch, and there's a Shopify link. You can buy the book there. However, we are hoping to roll it out in as many different platforms as we possibly can, including the sign language, which would probably be digital, and it's something that parents would then be able to purchase.
Amazing. The voice of filmmaker and writer Ati Petela. Check out her book, Unako and the Blue Couch.
I love it. I love everything about it.
Absolutely brilliant.
So gorgeous.
It's 31 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. Let's get the latest in sports. Musibudi Makura is standing by.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you so much, Tebogo. Very good afternoon from the sports desk. So Mali head coach Tom Seinfeld firmly believes in the potential of his Eagles to shine at the Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco, even in a challenging Group A alongside the host side, Morocco, Zambia, as well as the Comoros Island. Now backed by a rock-solid defence as well as a squad brimming with a lot of talent, particularly in midfield, the Belgian tactician has set the target clear, and that is to go far without any fear or any hesitation. So respected figure across African football, Seinfeld previously guided the Gambia side to their first ever two Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations appearances. That was back in 2021 and 2023. Now he is on a new mission, and that's to deliver Mali the continental title that has eluded them for over a half a century. So finalists back in 1972 and semi-finalists on 4 occasions, the Eagles boast 13 AFCON appearances, but still await their first title. Back home now, Kaizer Chiefs co-coach Cedric Kadzi is relishing the challenging field the team is set to face in the CAF Confederation Cup group stages. Now, Chiefs reached the lucrative phase of the tournament over the weekend after brushing aside the Democratic Republic of Congo's AS Simba by 3-1 at the Dobsonville Stadium in the south of Johannesburg. So the draw for the group stages will finally take place on a Monday next week right here in Johannesburg, with teams like Wydad Casablanca, Zamalek, USM
LJ, CR Belouizdad, Stellenbosch FC as well as Azam FC in the mix. Kazi cannot wait.
I believe it's it's a tremendous. I think that I haven't maybe realized yet. Maybe tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and see the what we have done so far. But I'm very especially I'm very happy for the fans. They have struggled to enjoy or to have joy.
Onto the story now. Climate change is reducing the chances of runners breaking marathon records. That's according to a new research. So the study by the US-based non-profit organization Climate Central said rising temperatures have made record-breaking runs in some races nearly impossible. It also predicted that optimal running conditions, which it defines as 4 degrees Celsius for men and 10 degrees Celsius for women, will be less likely in 86% of 221 global marathons by 2045. So the Berlin Marathon was raced in an unseasonal 24 degrees Celsius in September, while the Tokyo as well as the London Marathon, also among the world's 7 world marathon majors, took place in temperatures above 20 degrees Celsius in March and April respectively. So World Athletics President Sebastian Coe said last month that endurance events such as the marathon may need to be held separately at a different time of the year in competitions such as the World Athletics Championships to protect athletes from unsafe environments. The study also said Tokyo has the highest chance of ideal temperatures for elite runners, that is about 69%, but also projected to have the steepest decline by 2045 rather. Now the men's marathon world record of 2 hours 35 seconds, that was set by Kelvin Kiptum in Chicago of 2023, while Ruth Cheptegei set the women's world record in Chicago back in 2024. So the men's record has been reduced by about 2 minutes 22 seconds over the past 7 years, with improvement in times widely attributed to new shoe technology. Now former women's world record holder Catherine Ndereba says climate change has altered marathons for forever. And finally, Grigor Dimitrov said he is still adjusting to the rigors of competitive tennis after 3 months out with a pectoral injury, but the former world number 3 was delighted to make his return with a victory at the Paris Masters on Monday. So Dimitrov suffered the injury in the 4th round at Wimbledon in July of this year when he was leading eventual champion Yannick Sinner by about 2 sets to love. The 34-year-old now having retired from that match in tears. So Dimitrov has now slipped to 38 in the world and will now continue his comeback when he takes on 11th seed Daniil Medvedev of Russia or Joan Muna of the Czech Republic in the second round of the Paris Masters. And that's a wrap from the sports desk at the Sawa. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, our email address is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or give us a call on +27 11714 4459. I'm back with more sports news in the next hour. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Nkhanza zokhudza amuna ndi azimayi kapena kuti gender based violence GBV zikuononga mioyo komanso kuphwasula midzi. Zikuchitika m'manyumba, m'masukulu, malo ogwirira ntchito ndipo kwambiri mwakachetechete, koma sizikuyenera kupitirira. Mukazimva yankhulani. Ngati mwakhuzidwa funani chithandizo, chifukwa kusachita chilichonse sikuthandiza. Mverani kuma wireless onse 14 a SABC kuchokera lachitatu pa 23 mwezi uno wa Julai kuti mumve zokambirana, malangizo, masewero, zionetsero za maphunziro ndi mafunso okhuza nkhanza za amuna ndi azimayi ndi akatswiri, anthu opulumuka ku nkhanzazi, kukhazikitsa lamulo komanso dziko lonse lokhuzidwa ndi nkhanzazi. Zonsezi pa wireless yomwe mumayikonda ya SABC. Imbirani pa nambala 0800 428 428 kuti munene za nkhanzazi kapena kupeza chithandizo. Nkhanza zokhuza amuna ndi azimayi zimatha ndi inu. Uthenga ukufikani kuchokera ku SABC.
38 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. Let's get the business news now with Buntle Headbush. She's standing by.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thanks, Tebogo. Good afternoon. In our top business story, the director of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, Furukawa Masayuki, says Africa is fast emerging as the world's most dynamic continent in both population and economic growth. Speaking to Channel Africa on the sidelines of the second African Kaizen annual conference in Kempton Park, east of Johannesburg, South Africa, Masayuki highlighted Africa's growing role in the global value chain, describing it as a win-win opportunity for both Africa and Japan. The conference is being held under the theme African Industrialization through fostering competitive firms and value chains on the continent.
Africa is the most growing continent in terms of the population and the economy. And this is also very important market in future in a global value chain. So this is actually, I think, win-win that Japan is contributing the creation of the connecting global value chain in future among the African and the global economies. That's also contributing Japanese economy in future. That's why this is, for us, it's very important initiative to creating the better industry and that's ready for the global value chain.
The president of Angola and AU chairperson, João Lourenço, says the continent is facing a challenge of infrastructure development. He says there's a gap of financing infrastructure on the continent and called on all stakeholders to come on board with funds to address this problem. Addressing the Luanda Summit on financing for infrastructure development in Africa, Lourenço, through an interpreter, says young people must take the lead with new innovations in an effort to address lack of adequate infrastructure in Africa.
Must capitalize its demographic dividend, characterized by a predominantly young, innovative and active population, as well as its abundant natural resources and the increasing need to integrate its markets. However, as it is well known, Africa faces a colossal infrastructure financing deficit.
Malawi's President Peter Mutharika has imposed a ban on the export of raw minerals as an effort to ensure the country fully benefits from its mineral wealth by processing minerals locally rather than exporting them in their raw form. Mutharika says Malawi could earn up to $500 million annually if mining operations at the Kasia Rutile site in Lilongwe and the Kangangude rare earth site in Balaka are properly developed and managed. Dr. Bertha Bangara Chikadza, a macroeconomist and economics lecturer at the Malawi University of Science and Technology, explains.
This is the stand that we needed because people were just coming in, maybe mining and exporting without the country realizing the proper benefits from the minerals that we have as a country. So I think this is actually a great move for the economy in terms of, economic diversification and value addition. We are seeing this as the best opportunity that I think the country can take, so that maybe we can move from relying on agriculture only from tobacco, but also looking at mining, which can actually earn more.
The mayor of Lekhuleni in South Africa's Gauteng province, Nkosipindile Xhakaza, says preparations for next month's G20 summit aim to showcase the city's investment potential as it welcomes world leaders. The mayor inspected OR Tambo International Airport today, one of the key entry points for delegates arriving in Johannesburg.
And what is of significance is that we use, major events, as an anchor for development. Because what is important is that if we're able to showcase what we're able to, the services that we're able to offer to our visitors as a country, the return on investment is that those visitors are likely to come back, probably with a family, probably, for business, probably for investment.
US President Donald Trump has met with Japan's first female Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, in Tokyo. Takaichi, who was only elected last week, spoke of building a golden era for Japan's alliance with the United States. At the meeting, Trump told her she would be one of the great prime ministers. The BBC's Shaimai Khalil reports.
It's a critical day for Japan, and for its new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, it's a defining early test of leadership. President Trump said Japan was a great ally, adding that he'll be there whenever needed. But he's also pushing hard on trade and security, leaving Tokyo very little room to maneuver. Mr. Trump wants more U.S. access to Japan's markets. Sanai Takaichi needs to protect domestic industries. Tokyo is heavily reliant on exports and can't afford a tariff fight. For now, the tone is friendly, but there is real pressure on Tokyo to deliver on agreements.
And now taking a look at the indicators, one US dollar in Nigeria is trading at 1,458 naira this afternoon. In Botswana, it's 13 pula 44. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shilling 22, and in Zambia, it's 22 kwacha. The BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 rial 38. Russia is 79 rubles 72. India, 87 rupees 80. In China, it's 7 yuan 12. In South Africa, $1 is trading at 17 rand 21 cents this afternoon. $1 is trading at 75 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,903 per ounce. Platinum, $1,512 per ounce, while Brent crude oil is at $64.51 a barrel. And those are your business news. I'll be back with a final business update in the next hour. For any business news stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or give us a call on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Bontle Hetbush.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Es-tu préoccupé par quelque chose? Es-tu passionné par les questions qui comptent? As-tu une voix qui mérite d'être entendue? Eh bien, nous avons la plateforme parfaite pour toi. Téléphone-nous ou fais-nous un WhatsApp au +27 66 408 87 42 et nous te rappellerons. Sois dans la conversation.
Salut Channel Africa, ici Beno le diamant rouge aka Bina l'export depuis le Cameroun, le pays des lions. Voilà.
Sois dans la conversation. Il ne s'agit pas seulement de parler, mais c'est ta chance d'exprimer ton point de vue, de partager tes opinions et de t'engager avec une communauté qui valorise ton avis. Suivez-nous sur les réseaux sociaux, visitez notre site www.channelafrica.co.za et préparez-vous à partager vos points de vue sur Channel Africa, la perspective africaine.
Let the Upside transport you from Cape to Cairo every weekday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central African Time.
Negative guitar, negative guitar, je pla, push him again and I got true love. Negative guitar, negative guitar, je pla, push him again and I got true love. Negative guitar, tamusha shadi kampaga, ke tsore di fela ke khele ke vesi di staga ke gongwe ke tsa suba ise ke tlele mokaga ke phatswe ke ngaka tse thata melo tletsi di tla hlasela Jericho ha iso ha ona jab ya na haila jena ka retla di amara ska ba matselenya monna ganwang ke le phako ke bubetse ke monna thata tento ta se fa go ke thata ke ba hlatsisa tsaka ke metsi di kheleke sa monna phamisa raka ke utse hantle o di matlogo sana kala gaga eno tabo floga o jaga salo sheba taba tsaka ke thata ke metse le Sotho le Freestata ke plaga ha ke tla ha bana ba ipata ke bothata ke nkane ba ba ho e fata flush ya me ntshwanela pele phatsa ha ke hata ke thata negative guitar ke plaga
ke ba gana ka tshofo banna ba kene fatshe ke ba jefa fosho ke binela tsa mafete makauta itshapotang ke binela maselesele ha bo monang ga kotang le gale ke hlolwa setsweng ja molapo ke tla dula ke gantsa diphaka tsa ka tse magapo ke monna toropo mo sebisetswang ka lerato ke metse tsa botjhabela tsa mamosa le molapo ke thata ha ke ntwa o hlolwa le gale a ganda iputswa le hetleng ke tse thotho e tlang molamo e so maseka se ke tse bana ba gangwe ke sita tshwana gapa bosibu thunya disangwe ke go ikate ke pholo tshehla pele ke a ditula ke monna wa o isa molamo ntweng ho la ditula ke tshwere meke tsa ka competition a ke bone motjheso ya makarabo fitoro wa bo motšhone ke thata
a di fela le manothi na ke dutse ha ke le teng sefefa ha se gutse tsa eso di kena fela ha di butse se go nontse hlabana ha di gutse
Negative guitar, negative guitar, je black, Pushe moki kena nanga tula negative guitar, negative guitar, je black, Pushe moki kena nanga tula negative guitar.
10 minutes before 3 p.m. Central African Time. Ntatestana Kitata.
Do you know what that means?
I am enough. Is it I'm enough?
I'm tough like a...
I'm tough like a steel.
Like steel, thank you. I was about to say...
Why am I saying steel?
I should probably translate that. What is Tsipi in English? There we go.
I'm strong as steel.
Strong as steel. Are you?
I used to think so.
And now you've softened a little bit.
I've softened a little bit, just a little bit.
What softened you? Love. Love does things to people, I'm telling you.
It's not love.
It's softening them all over the place.
It's not love. No, you're reaching now. It's the 9 minutes before 3 p.m. Central African Time. On the other side of this, we've got What Caught Your Eye. And what caught my eye is something rather sad, rather tragic. But I'm bringing it to everyone's attention so we can raise awareness about such things happening and that we can hold people accountable for the tragedies that have unfolded. That conversation is coming up next.
Channel Africa.
The United States was very vocal at the beginning of South Africa's G20 presidency, and this is largely due to strained relations with South Africa at the time, that they were not really keen on participating. Where do they stand right now?
The US is planning to take over the presidency of the G20 next year, and our understanding from them is that they intend to continue to do so, and therefore it is quite difficult then to be in a situation where you are not attending deputies' meetings or discussions during our presidency and then to take over the presidency next year. From a finance track perspective, there has been engagement. We've been working on a communique last week and this week here in Zimbabwe. What's important about that is that it's a consensus document. And so all the members in the room have to agree to the language that is used there. And our US colleagues have been part of those discussions and negotiations.
Bringing the African markets into your home. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Whatever you want to hear about today's talk, you can only get it on the upside. Every weekday, 2 to 5 p.m. Central African Time.
8 minutes before 3 p.m. Central African Time. It's time for What Caught Your Eye? And I'll begin mine by asking a question. Should property managers face jail time for unsafe buildings? Okay. So what happened? On the 18th of October, 2025, the Dlamini twins, Aphelele and Aphile, residing in the homey lifestyle apartments managed by, or a lifestyle managed block of flats in Durban CBD. On the 18th of October 2025, the twins allegedly fell down a lift, an elevator shaft from the 4th floor to the basement of the building. Aphelele, the boy, he died as a result of the fall. Aphile, the girl, remains critically injured, reportedly with severe head, spine, and arm injuries, and unable to breathe unassisted. Their father, Ubabkhaya Dlamini, and their community are demanding accountability from the building management and an investigation into safety lapses and the handling of evidence, such as CCTV footage. And it was not so long ago, I think yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, there were hundreds and hundreds of people who were protesting at the residential area, at the homey apartment block, demanding answers from the people who manage that block. So my thing is, it's a low cost, affordable block of accommodation, right? And so you have quite a few properties and flats stacked on top of one another. But having said that, maintenance and inspections should still be conducted on a regular basis to ensure that everything functions in that space. There are hundreds and hundreds of people living there. The dad still lives there. He has to go walk around and see the very place where his child died. And the other one is in hospital now. And they're demanding answers from the management of this apartment block. And then I ask again the question, should property managers face jail time for unsafe buildings? That's my question.
Well, the simple answer from me is yes. Yes. I mean, the lives are being cut short. You know, people's lives are being put at risk. And if you do manage an apartment building, whether it's small or big or whatever the case is, I don't think that should be the issue here. The issue is you are now taking on the responsibility of safety and safeguarding other people's lives.
Absolutely.
So you should make sure that security is on point and that you have lifts that are functional and spaces that are safe and secure in by any means possible. And if you can't do that, get somebody else that will do it. But should they face jail time? In my opinion, listen, yes. What is enclosed in the legal clause for this particular sectional title? What does it say? If things like that happen, what is the legal recourse for this family?
It should be a criminal offense, and we still yet to see how the management is going to respond to it, and the investigations that are going to be conducted, how that's going to conclude. But it doesn't take away the fact that one of the children has passed away, and the other is in a critical condition, can't breathe by themselves, unassisted, or can't breathe unassisted, and we are asking the question again. The management, how often do they service the lifts? They have lifts. They're supposed to be functional, right? And we heard that the lifts haven't been working, haven't been in good condition for some time, and so on and so forth. But then whose responsibility is it to ensure that they get maintained, they get serviced, and so on and so forth? But hashtag justice for Aphelele and Aphile, and we hope that they will find justice as a family, the Dlamini family. So that's what caught my eye. Rather sad.
That is very sad. And I mean, we can't check every single. I mean, sometimes we've got places to go. You know, you can't be checking a lift every single time. We trust that the people
managing
who are supposed
to
manage the building and take care of these lifts are doing their jobs. And if they are not, it is a problem. It is becoming a problem.
What caught your eye?
Something tragic happened in Kenya several hours ago. reports are circulating on credible news spaces online regarding the small Cessna Caravan aircraft that crashed today in Kenya.
Today?
Yes. Wow. So this was along Kenya's coastal Kwale region, and it was flying from Diani to the Masai Mara National Reserve. And of course, that's a very popular tourist destination, as we know it. And according to officials, all 12 of the people on board are feared to have passed away. So, yeah, I mean, this is very tragic. The crash occurred on a very hilly space, as I've read the article. There's a lot of forest area. They're 40 kilometers from Diani, from the Diani airstrip, and there's been conversations with the commissioner, with the Kwale country commissioner, Stefan Orinde, who told the Associated Press that all the passengers were foreign tourists. And though their nationalities have not yet been confirmed or revealed, the Kenyan Civil Aviation Authority said investigations are underway to determine what the cause of the accident was. But last I checked, Kenya isn't necessarily known to, I mean, it's known to generally maintain a very strong aviation safety record. But there are concerns around small aircrafts, particularly like this one that I mentioned, and them just moving through these variable weather conditions and moving through forests.
Yeah, highly dense.
There's always going to be safety issues around that, especially. That's kind of common for something like that to possibly occur in a region like that. So, look, we're still waiting for authorities to come through with, a report on the investigation. But ultimately, another one where lives have been lost, and it's so terrible. And it's been a dream of mine to actually visit the Masai Mara region. It's a very popular one. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. But the safety of getting there. And what aircraft do you use? How do you get there safely is another issue. So condolences to the families. I think this is a very tragic occurrence that really highlights as well, I think, how vital it is, the role of aircrafts in Kenya's tourism industry to take this seriously. And I think this is an example for any space on the African continent that is responsible for lives in this manner to really take care, sought after destination without a doubt, but lives have now been lost. So that's what caught my eye. Very tragic.
Condolences to the family, and we hope, the investigations give us some answers. It's 1 minute after 3 p.m. Central African time. Let's get the latest news with Onel Nsinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Looking at your top stories, Tanzania heads to the polls tomorrow, and the first batch of US-made missiles for Japan's F-35 planes to be delivered in the week. Your latest news. Greetings to our listeners. As Tanzania heads to the polls tomorrow, questions are mounting about the credibility of the electoral process. President Samia Suluhu Hassan is seeking re-election under the ruling Chama cha Mapinduzi party, but with the main opposition leader facing treason charges and reports of growing political repression, analysts say the outcome is almost certain. Observers are pointing to heightened security, reported human rights abuses, and the exclusion of key opposition parties as challenges that shaped the electoral environment. The Commission of Inquiry into the Truth and Reconciliation Commission cases in South Africa has decried a lack of cooperation from certain government departments and agencies. President Cyril Ramaphosa set up the Commission of Inquiry in May this year to investigate delays into investigating and prosecuting cases referred by the TRC. The commission seeks to determine if improper influence hindered the prosecution of apartheid-era crimes. The commission's Lionel Endedoff says not much has happened since its inception due to lack of cooperation from key government institutions that are central to the inquiry.
The TRC Cases Inquiry is concerned that despite the request for information issued almost 2 months ago, the Rule 3.3 notices issued, correspondence sent, and the first directive issued 2 weeks ago, certain government departments and entities, as well as various government leaders, have not yet complied with any of these. This has an obvious direct impact on our work and our ability to prepare for the hearings set for the 10th of November, and ultimately on the time allocated for the conclusion of the inquiry's work.
Botswana has ended the national public health emergency as the situation in the country's health facilities continues to improve. However, the country is not out of the woods yet. The health minister, Dr. Stephen Morise, made the revelation in his update on the state of medicines and medical commodities. Botswana had declared a public health emergency in late August when it faced a shortage of essential medicines and medical equipment. Dr. Morise explains.
The situation at our clinics has improved, though not fully stabilized. Most medicines and for chronic conditions are managed at this level, such as diabetes, hypertension, as well as antibiotics, pain medicines, which are now available, though not at optimum levels. As at the beginning of October, availability in our hospitals had gone up to 36% from the initial 17% reported in August. Our target is to reach 97% and to maintain at least 3 months stock at CMS from December going forward.
South Africa's Deputy Police Minister, Castle Matale, says the inclusion or not of the political killings task team was not discussed when the new organogram of the police department was discussed after last year's election. He is appearing before Parliament's ad hoc committee that is investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system of the country. The police minister, Senzo Mchunu, had told the committee when he appeared that a decision was made that the PKTT would be incorporated into the murder and robbery unit. However, Matale had a different opinion.
Well, it might have been mentioned in passing because we didn't in the organizational structure discuss political killings because it's a task team that was established to deal with a specific problem. Here we're talking about a structure that must define policing in the country.
And lastly, U.S. President Donald Trump says the first batch of U.S.-made missiles for Japan's F-35 planes will be delivered this week. Trump made the announcement to troops aboard an aircraft carrier near Tokyo after meeting with Japan's new prime minister. Earlier, the U.S. president welcomed a pledge by Sanai Takaichi to accelerate Tokyo's military build-up and to buy American-made defense equipment. Speaking alongside Trump, Takaichi hailed the U.S.-Japan alliance.
Let me reiterate my unwavering determination here. Japan is ready to contribute even more proactively to peace and stability of the region. I am determined to elevate the Japan-US alliance, which has already become the greatest alliance in the world, to even greater heights.
Recapping on your top stories as Tanzania heads to the polls tomorrow, questions are mounting about the credibility of the electoral process. Now, for any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us at +21 11 +27 +27 11 714 4459. Channel Africa News. I'm Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
It's 8 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African Time. Can you believe it is the final hour of The Upside? Your gateway to the good life on Channel Africa, The African Perspective with Tebogo, Lekhuleni and Mmatsheko Mosito. We are still coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Stream us live on our social media platforms at Channel Africa on Facebook and YouTube, and at Channel Africa 1 on TikTok. Download that SABC Plus app so you can take us with you wherever you go on your Android or your iOS device. And check out our newly revamped website where you can stream the show and also revisit some of our favorite conversations through our podcasts, www.channelafrica.co.za. Exciting conversation. We've moved from one theatre production. We're moving to another one in the final hour.
We are excited to explore the award-winning stage production Far Gone. Yes, it is set to make its South African debut this November, which is literally a few short days away, bringing audiences face to face with one of the most powerful stories to emerge from the African continent. It's written and performed by a Ugandan-born actor and writer by the name of John Rwotomak. We are very excited because it's going to explore all kinds of really interesting themes around childhood innocence, to life as a child soldier in northern Uganda. So this is a story that is very important. So we're going to check it out just before it hits the stage at Cape Town's legendary and iconic Baxter Theatre.
That conversation is coming up next.
Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter? Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard? Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in. Drop us a WhatsApp on +27 63 406 9126 and we will call you back so you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
30 years of age. I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So that's who I am, you know.
It's not just talk, it's your chance to air your views, share your opinion, engage with a community that values your perspective. Follow us on our social media. Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za and get ready to share your views on Channel Africa, the African Perspective.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif.
Katika kutazama mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa Kenya Raila Odinga baada ya kuwasili kutoka nchini India. Kwa nini tukio hili limetokea?
Tokea mwendo wa asubuhi kulikuwa na mipango ambayo ilikuwa imeweza kuwekwa kabambe kwamba mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga mwili wake utapofika katika uwanja wa ndege ungeweza kupokelewa na rais, lakini kule kukakuwa na wananchi ambao walikuwa wengi zaidi ambao walivunja kingo na kuingia katika uwanja wa ndege.
Umati mkubwa wa watu umekuwa wakimlilia toka taarifa zake za kufariki hayati Raila Odinga. Pengine Raila Odinga atakumbukwa na nini katika taifa la Kenya?
Watu wengi watamkumbuka Raila Odinga kwa kupigania katiba ambayo nchi ya Kenya iko kwa sasa. Alijaribu kupigania pia demokrasia.
Darubini ya Afrika kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa kuanzia saa 11 kamili hadi saa 12 kamili jioni majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
Channel Africa, your voice, your sound, and your home. Stay locked right here.
16 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African Time. Azishe, MFR Souls, Tuto the Human, and DJ Maphorisa featuring Schley. What a song. I don't know if I've heard it somewhere. I don't think I was paying attention the last time I was listening to it, but what a song. What a song.
What a banger.
What a banger of a song that is. Let's get into the conversation about a theatre production that's going to be taking place at the Baxter Theatre, telling a story about childhood soldiers. That journey from being an innocent child who know, like, I'm just playing, I'm playing, to now holding a gun to protect your village, your family, your friends. Quite an intense one.
Look, we're talking here about an award-winning stage production, okay, that has enjoyed rave reviews in the United Kingdom, across several countries in Asia. Yeah. It's called Far Gone. All right. Far Gone is set to make its debut here in South Africa this coming November. And it's really going to bring you as an audience member face to face with one of the most powerful stories to emerge from the African continent. It is written and performed by Ugandan-born actor and writer John Rothermack, and he comes through in this one-man play that really journeys into childhood for a young boy who is in northern Uganda in a way that you probably have never experienced it before. So we're looking here at Far Gone. That's going to be opening at the Cape Town Baxter Theatre, very iconic theatre, from the 11th to the 15th of November, and then it's going to move to Johannesburg much later on in the month. That's from the 19th to the 22nd of November. A pleasure to be speaking to John this afternoon about this wonderful and very, very important story. John, welcome to Channel Africa. Pleasure to connect with you.
Hello, this is exciting. Thank you so much for having me. How are we doing?
We're good. Thank you very much. What an honor to talk to you as a storyteller, but also I think very exciting that you're bringing Far Gone to South Africa for the very first time. A very moving, personal journey this has been for you. Talk to us about the story. Let's talk about, just immersing yourself in this one-man show and what it represents at this time.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a crucial time in human history right now. I think this is a story that has been with me for a while. I was myself, when I was 8 years old, I was nearly one of these kids in Uganda. I was lucky enough to not be kidnapped, and that's as a kid, that's something that stays with you. You may forget it, but the body remembers. The body has a way of just carrying trauma in a way that it hides it, and then it will reveal it to you later on. So when I was 18, training to become an actor in drama school. This was in 2012. There was a campaign about Kony 2012. I don't know if anyone remembers that, or if you remember that. The campaign was to capture Joseph Kony, who is the leader of the Lord's Resistance Army.
Yeah.
And it was being led by this American company, charity, which I just saw cracks and how false the information they were telling about what happened to these kids was, and you could see that they were gaining something out of it. It wasn't honest. And I made a promise. I was so angry. I made a promise to myself that I'll write a story about these kids one day. And years later, here we are, written it performed in the UK, it's toured the UK twice, and now it's doing an international tour. And I cannot wait to see how South Africa receives it, especially with its history and what's going on in terms of child soldiers, with what happened with the 17-year-old being arrested just, I think, a week ago. Yeah.
You know what? All the work that you've put in, John, absolutely remarkable. And the fact that it's been recognized worldwide, it's an award-winning production. And we are so grateful that you are bringing it to South Africa. It's 21 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African Time. We'll continue our conversation with John right after this.
Africa in Business on Channel Africa.
The United States was very vocal at the beginning of South Africa's G20 presidency, and this is largely due to strained relations with South Africa at the time, that they were not really keen on participating. Where do they stand right now?
The US is planning to take over the presidency of the G20 next year, and our understanding from them is that they intend to continue to do so, and therefore it is quite difficult then to be in a situation where you are not attending deputies' meetings or discussions during our presidency and then to take over the presidency next year. From a finance track perspective, there has been engagement. We've been working on a communique last week and this week here in Zimbabwe. What's important about that is that it's a consensus document. And so all the members in the room have to agree to the language that is used there. And our US colleagues have been part of those discussions and negotiations.
Bringing the African markets into your home. Channel Africa, the African perspective. The Upside with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Mosito, bringing Africa's voices to the world. On Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Ugandan-born actor, writer and survivor John Rothermack is bringing his award-winning production, one-man stage production called Far Gone, to the shores of South Africa, starting in Cape Town and then later on moving to Johannesburg in the month of November. And we've got John on the line to tell us a bit more about this production. John, walk us through the different emotions that we are going to experience with you, because I would imagine it starts off, innocent child playing, running around, and your village then gets attacked, and now or you get walk us through that entire journey of and the emotional strain, moving from an innocent child to now a whole soldier.
Yeah, we start with home. We start with childhood in Africa. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Boys being boys, playing, running around. Two brothers are just playing around, just doing what kids do. Amazing, these stupid games. And then, of course, there's a lot of laughter. As the audience are coming in, we are playing games with them. We are inviting them to come and play with us. And it's very joyful. It's very fun. And then all of a sudden, there are gunshots. And the play changes from there. It changes from there, because from that moment on, the journey starts, and we sort of follow the kid's journey. Okumu is the main character. There are things that happen to him where there's no point of return, and those point of no return keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the time we're coming to the end of the play, he's far gone. He cannot never, ever come back to that little kid again. And it's just step by step. And it's about just showing how men and how adults nurture kids to become this killing weapon, and how anyone, I guess, any child can be done to. What they do is so clever in terms of they choose kids who are young enough to sort of not have an idea of a moral philosophy, but old enough so that they're strong and they can be trained. And the emotions, man, we are with it. We're with these kids. You're gonna laugh, you're gonna cry, maybe. You're gonna be overwhelmed. You're gonna feel like you wanna jump in on that stage and save the kid, but you can't. You just can't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whew. I think for anyone who is really interested, you've just got to go see the show. Performing a one-man play means that John is going to be carrying this entire narrative, the emotional weight of it, the weight of the history, all of it onto the stage. But let's talk about let's open up conversation, John, around the global reception. Far Gone has toured around the world, the UK, I mentioned Asia, and now it's coming here to South Africa. Talk to us about the audiences, from different parts of the world, and how they connected with the story, and what you're hoping South Africans will take away from it as well.
I'm actually tuning in from Taiwan at the moment. We just finished our last show 2 days ago. And one of the biggest worries, because the show is written in English and was originally written for an English, for a UK audience.
Yeah.
Therefore, it was kind of curved and, just put together for the UK audience to understand it.
Right.
It's not necessarily a show, I don't think, for one particular audience. I think it's a show that globally it can be hopefully understood. Our big worry coming to Asia, of course, that was the show is not written in the native tongue here. But oh my God, they have understood this show. I'm sorry, UK audiences, but the people in Taiwan have understood this show on a much deeper spiritual level than I could ever anticipate. The kind of questions they've been asking are so deep. And it just made me go, there's an understanding between Asia and African spirituality that we don't talk about, that we don't connect, but they just got it. There's African spirituality in the play, and they just got it. Although they had to, so we had to translate the show into Mandarin, although they were reading and not necessarily understanding everything that was being said. They understood the language of it in such a deep level. The UK audiences, of course, understood the show as well. And man, this show has, there's times I've come out of the show and people shaking with emotion of what they've just said. And for me, theater is about connection. It has to create a connection. It doesn't matter what story you're telling or where you're telling it. If other people who do not understand what that narrative is, if they can connect with it, if they can ask themselves, what would I do in that situation? If my family was in that situation, if I was in that, in that place, my loved ones, what would I do? And it feels like everybody has, everywhere we've been, that connection has been had. South Africa, honestly, I am, okay, Ugandans, I'm sorry, I love Uganda. Of course, I'm from Uganda. Like, I am.
I think I know where this is going.
That's my home. But there's something about South Africa. Like, there's something about South Africa that I just always felt more connected to. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I was there in Cape Town in November last year, and I just felt like I was at home. I mean, there's a wealth of spiritual tragedy that South Africa has gone through. Political, whatnot, but there's a spiritual embodiment that South Africa just understands, I think, probably more than any African country. And I hope some of that is reflected in this show. I am more interested. I don't want to say what South Africans are going to get out of it. I want to see what they get out of it.
Love that.
I want to have the conversations. I'm so curious how South Africans are going to receive this show. So curious.
Oh, we can't wait. We can't wait to experience this show with you. An award-winning show it is. Give us the dates and where we can get the tickets.
Yes, so we are going to be at the Baxter in Cape Town from the 15th to the 21st of November. And then we're going to go straight to Joburg after that from the, 19th to the 22nd, I believe. Yes.
All right, and those tickets can be found on Web Tickets. The show is called Far Gone World Tour. John, thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and all the best. I know it must be quite an overwhelming experience for you. Yes, you are used to it. You've been doing this for quite some time, but I know that you also need to debrief after these performances. You carry so much.
Yeah, the hardest thing in this show is the emotional weight it carries. The physical stuff is still hard, but emotionally, one moment I am my brother. The next moment, this is not a spoiler. It's just I can tell you this: I am the one killing my brother, and at the next moment I'm mourning for my brother, and then I'm the commandant who's giving the orders, and then I'm the commandant's right-hand man. It's just psychologically, I feel messed up, but it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it.
Absolutely worth it. Far gone. John, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Award-winning John Rothomak, the Ugandan-born actor, writer, and survivor, and he's bringing his award-winning show, one-man show, Far Gone, to the shores of South Africa. Check them out on web tickets. Far Gone World Tour. 31 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African Time. Let's get the final sports update with Musibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you so much, Tebogo. Very good afternoon from the Sports Desk. So South Africa's Proteas women's captain Laura Wolfhard has urged her teammates to remain as calm as possible ahead of the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup semi-final against England tomorrow. Now the two sides face off with each other in the World Cup last fall for a third time in a row, with Wolfhard having been on the losing side of this duel in both 2017 and 2022. She acknowledges that this will be the biggest test of her leadership since being appointed the skipper about 2 years ago, with her main job now to ease the pressure the team might be feeling ahead of this encounter.
Yeah, I think I've learned a lot about myself as a leader over the last, 2 years that I've been captain. I think for me tomorrow it'll just be about keeping everyone as calm as possible. I think the calmest team out there will most likely win. I think 50 overs is a very long time, and it's very easy to let sort of the pressure of a semi-final get to you, but I think, it's still just a game of cricket, and there'll be ups and downs within the game, and I think the team that sort of rides those waves the best throughout the 100-over game will come out on top. So, yeah, I think just keeping everyone calm.
Wolfhard also revealed that they have been quite intentional with their work on the mental strength ahead of the game and also trusting themselves as well as their preparations. But she also believes that the English side will be feeling the pressure and expectation to win in Guwahati tomorrow.
Most of our discussions leading up to tomorrow have just been about making sure that we're in the right mental state to play the game, really believing in our preparation, really trusting in our skills and what we've done before. I think we know as a group that we have a really talented, and that if we just stay calm out there tomorrow, we have a really good chance of winning. I think they're under a lot of pressure as well. Everyone is in a semi-final, so yeah, I think it's whoever is able to handle that the best, and just keep focusing on the positives that we've done right throughout the tournament.
All right, so kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 11:30 a.m. Central African Time. On to some football news now. Mali head coach Tom Seinfeld firmly believes in the potential of his Eagles to shine at the Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco, even in a challenging Group A alongside the host side Morocco. There's also Zambia and the Comoros Island in this group. Now, backed by a rocket-solid defence as well as a squad brimming with a lot of young talent, particularly in midfield, the Belgian technician has also set the bar quite clear, and the intention is to go as far as possible without any fear or hesitation. A respected figure across African football, Seinfeld previously guided the Gambia side to their first ever two AFCON appearances. That was in 2021 as well as in 2023, and now he's on a new mission, and that is to deliver Mali the continental title that has eluded them for half a century. So finalists back in 1972 and semi-finalist on 4 occasions. The Eagles boast 13 AFCON appearances but still haven't won this African title. Onto this story now. Climate change is reducing the chances of runners breaking marathon records. That's according to new research. So the study by US-based non-profit organization Climate Central said rising temperatures have made record-breaking runs in some races nearly impossible. It also predicted that optimal running conditions, which it defines as 4 degrees Celsius for men and 10 degrees Celsius for women, will be less likely in 86% of 221 global marathons by 2045. Now, the Berlin Marathon was raced in an unseasonal 24 degrees Celsius in September, while Tokyo as well as London, also among the 7 world major marathons, took place in temperatures above 20 degrees Celsius in March and April of this year. So, World Athletics President Sebastian Coe said last month that endurance events such as marathons may need to be held separately at a very different time of the year in competitions such as the World Athletics Championships to protect athletes from unsafe conditions. So the study also said Tokyo has the highest chance of ideal temperatures for elite male runners. That's about 69%, but also said projected to have steepest decline by 2045. Now, the men's marathon world record stands at 2 hours 35 minutes and was set by the late Calvin Kiptum of Kenya in Chicago of 2023, while Ruth Cheptegei set the women's world record in Chicago of 2024. Now, the men's record has also been reduced by 2 minutes and 22 seconds over the past 7 years, with improvement in times widely attributed to the new shoe technology. Now, former women's world record holder Catherine Ndebare says climate change has altered the future of marathons. And with that, it concludes your sports news this afternoon on the Upside. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, our email address is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Alternatively, give us a call. The newsroom line is +27 11714 4459. So I'm back with a final sports update for the afternoon in the next hour. The time has just gone 15:37 p.m. Central African Time for Channel Africa Sport. I am Mosibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Africa at Play with Neto and ETO Chemane.
I've witnessed something fresh, something exciting, and something very inspirational from the president of the country, William Ruto. Whenever athletes are performing to their best level, he always comes on board to reward those athletes, be it football, be it athletics, and not leaving it up to the sport ministry.
The president realizes that sports is a business, and for that reason, he also reduces the number of people who are jobless, because sports now is such a serious business, and for that reason, commercialization of sports is a major way of improving or increasing employment opportunities for the young people, and that is why the president has been very persistent in trying as much as possible to inspire more sports personalities to reduce the baggage of the people who are struggling to get job opportunities in the country among the young people.
Francis F.M. Mutegi, our correspondent from East Africa in Nairobi, Kenya.
Live every Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central African Time.
All right, let's get the final business news this afternoon with Buntle Headbush.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thanks, Tebogo. Good afternoon. In our final look at the business news this afternoon, S&P Global Ratings Agency says African regional development creditors are poised to expand lending to fill national financing gaps as capital buffers strengthen. In the October release of the Supranationals 2025 Special Edition, S&P said updates to its multilateral lending institution framework could lift risk-adjusted capital ratios by about 10%, potentially unlocking $600 to $800 billion in additional sovereign lending capacity by development banks. Overall lending by multilaterals rose 4% between 2021 and 24, with Africa accounting for 19% of the total. The director of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, Faruyuki Masayuki, says Africa is fast emerging as the world's most dynamic continent in both population and economic growth. Speaking to Channel Africa on the sidelines of the second African Kaizen Annual Conference in Campton Park, east of Johannesburg, South Africa, Masayuki highlighted Africa's growing role in the global value chain, describing it as a win-win opportunity for both Africa and Japan. The conference is being held under the theme African Industrialization through Fostering Competitive Firms and Value Chains on the Continent.
Africa is the most growing continent in terms of the population and the economy. And this is also very important market in future in a global value chain. So this is actually, I think, win-win that Japan is contributing the creation of the connecting global value chain in future among the African and the global economies. That's also contributing to Japanese economy in future. That's why this is, for us, it's very important initiative to creating the better industry and that's ready for the global value chain.
The president of Angola and AU chairperson, João Lourenço, says the continent is facing a challenge of infrastructure development. He says there's a gap of financing infrastructure on the continent and called on all stakeholders to come on board with funds to address this problem. Addressing the Luanda Summit on financing for infrastructure development in Africa, Lourenço, through an interpreter, says young people must take the lead with new innovations in an effort to address the lack of adequate infrastructure in Africa.
Must capitalize its demographic dividend, characterized by a predominantly young, innovative and active population, as well as its abundant natural resources and the increasing need to integrate its markets. However, as it is well known, Africa faces a colossal infrastructure financing deficit.
The mayor of Lekhuleni in South Africa's Gauteng province, Ngosipindile Xhakaza, says preparations for next month's G20 summit aim to showcase the city's investment potential as it welcomes world leaders. The mayor inspected OR Tambo International Airport today, one of the key entry points for delegates arriving in Johannesburg.
And what is of significance is that we use, major events, as an anchor for development. Because what is important is that if we're able to showcase what we're able to, the services that we're able to offer to our visitors as a country, the return on investment is that those visitors are likely to come back, probably with a family, probably, for business, probably for investment.
Google has unveiled plans to restart a mothballed nuclear power plant in the U.S. state of Iowa to power the company's artificial intelligence infrastructure. The deal is the latest in a series of big tech investments in nuclear energy to meet AI-driven power demands. The BBC's Lily Jamali reports.
The Duane Arnold Energy Center was mothballed in 2020, but is set to return to service in 2029. Google has agreed to purchase energy produced there by American energy giant NextEra in a partnership set to last for the next 25 years. The deal comes a year after Microsoft announced a partnership with Constellation Energy that would restart the remaining reactor at Pennsylvania's 3 Mile Island, the site of the largest nuclear disaster in American history. Energy used to power AI development is expected to consume as much as a tenth of electricity produced in the U.S. by the end of this decade.
Now for a look at the indicators. $1 US in Nigeria is trading at 1,458 naira. In Botswana, it's 13 pula 44. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shilling 22. And in Zambia, it's 22 kwacha this afternoon. The BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 rial 38. Russia, 79 rubles 72. India, it's 87 rupees 80. China, 7 yuan 12. And South Africa, $1 is trading at 17 rand 21 cents. $1 is trading at 75 pence to the British pound and 85 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,903 per ounce. Platinum at $1,512 per ounce, while Brent crude oil is at $64.51 a barrel this afternoon. Those are your business news. I'll be back with the indicators in the next hour. For any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or give us a call on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Buntle Hetbush.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa in Business on Channel Africa.
The United States was very vocal at the beginning of South Africa's G20 presidency, and this is largely due to strained relations with South Africa at the time, that they were not really keen on participating. Where do they stand right now?
The US is planning to take over the presidency of the G20 next year, and our understanding from then is that they intend to continue to do so, and therefore it is quite difficult then to be in a situation where you are not not attending deputies' meetings or discussions during our presidency and then to take over the presidency next year. From a finance track perspective, there has been engagement. We've been working on a communique last week and this week here in Zimbabwe. What's important about that is that it's a consensus document. And so all the members in the room have to agree to the language that is used there. And our US colleagues have been part of those discussions and negotiations.
Bringing the African markets into your home. Channel Africa, the African perspective. We are on Open Views Audio Bouquet. Channel 628. programming, and good company. This is Channel Africa.
Ole, ole. Ole, ole. Susu Bilibi. Ole is the name of the song.
Tatawe.
Thank you very much. It's 5 minutes before 4 p.m. Central African time. Can you believe? The show is coming to an end. 3 hours fly by so quickly. We say it often. And it seems like, no, these guys are just exaggerating. 3 hours fly by in the studio.
It really does. It really does. I don't know if it's because we're used to it or what the case is. You know, I was listening to that song.
Yeah.
Ole, ole. Piece of music from Togo, but it carries other places from the continent. That's what I love about our music, is that it doesn't exist in isolation. I heard of South Africa. I heard a little bit of South Africa with what sounded like a penny whistle in there, and then that drum beat.
Yeah.
You know that how it follows took me to places in Ghana. Isn't that fascinating? And speaking of Ghana, some happy new developments to note that have been reported literally in the last 3 hours. And it looks like the Kente fabric.
Okay.
Iconic.
I think I know where you're going with this one.
Kente fabric.
Yes.
Okay.
Very exciting.
Ghana now has given this a new space. It's become like an official fabric or something. Let me find the right wording, okay?
Did they trademark it?
As written by, or as rather authored by the journalists at the BBC. Ghana's iconic Kente cloth has officially been recognized. Thank you for the English. Has officially been recognized and granted protected status as a national fabric. A historic first for the country with its new geographical indication GI status. Only Kente woven in Ghana can be certified as authentic. Ooh. I think this is wonderful. And also, this is like novelty to me because I didn't realize that it wasn't certified or classified as authentic already. So happy new developments. And for anyone who, I've seen a lot of people from the United States of America, Black African Americans, that go out looking for their African identities. And however there's different methodologies to doing this, it seems. But as soon as they find out that they're Ghanaian, the first thing that they do is wear the Kente fabric. Like all the time, without fail. They don't have jollof. They don't go to any other monument or any. They get the Kente fabric. That tells you just how important that is for the identity of the country.
Shout out. A whole national fabric. I don't think I've ever heard that before. A country saying they've got a national fabric.
Very novel. Very novel. But also well-deserved because, listen, authenticity is now the mark.
100%.
Now I want to own something with a Kente fabric. Because I don't. Now I really just want to go.
Where would we find it in South Africa? Go to small street?
I think you'd need to go to a space or an African market that carries authentic handmade goods. I'm thinking perhaps, I'm guessing, well, I live in Johannesburg. I can't speak for other parts, but there are a lot of beautiful African markets in South Africa. One of them is the Rosebank Market.
Okay.
I'm thinking you could possibly find an authentic. Okay. Yep. And it's got to have a GI on it to mark it authentic. An authentic Kente fabric. You could probably find it at a place like that. But also if it's authentic and handmade in Ghana, because that is one of the marks for how you're going to be able to determine whether it's the real deal or not. Is that it's handmade in Ghana. You obviously are going to pay for it. So be prepared to pay for it, but you know that you are supporting craftsmanship of the finest quality from Ghana as a country.
Well, what a lovely show we had this afternoon. Thank you so much for riding along. We'll do this again tomorrow, same time, same place. That's 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Central African time. From the Upside crew to you, the Upsider. Thank you so much for tuning in. Africa in Business is coming up next with the Queen of Africa in Business. That is Tami Ngubeni. Goodbye.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Looking at your top stories, Madagascar's military-led government appoints mostly civilian cabinet, and the first batch of US-made missiles for Japan's F-35 planes to be delivered this week. Your latest news. Greetings to our listeners. Madagascar's military